They say everyone wants to be seen. But what if being truly seen is the scariest thing of all? What if behind every smile, every perfectly timed post, every filtered truth, there's a quiet fear? What if they see the real me and walk away? This video isn't just about psychology, it's about you. The version of you that performs, that hides, that aches to be known, but braces for rejection. If this resonates, you're not alone. And if you've ever felt torn between wanting connection and fearing exposure, this is the video you were meant to find. Before we begin, if even one sentence in this video feels like truth to you, like something you've never had words for until now, let me know in the comments. Share your story. Let's make this a place where masks can fall safely. And if you're ready to explore what it really means to be seen, go ahead and tap like. It tells the algorithm this kind of honesty matters, the desire to be seen versus the fear of being known. They say everyone wants to be seen, but few realize how terrifying it is to be truly known. At first, the two might sound like the same thing, visibility and recognition, connection and understanding, but they are not. One craves the spotlight, the other fears what it might reveal. One longs to be acknowledged, the other dreads being exposed. And in the delicate space between those two instincts, most of us quietly live our entire lives. We want to be understood, but only in the ways we've curated. We want closeness, but only through a safe, filtered distance. From early childhood, we are biologically and emotionally wired to seek attention, affirmation, and mirroring, not just as a form of comfort, but as evidence that we exist in the minds of others. Being seen isn't a luxury, it's existential. Without it, we start to lose grip on our own reality. But as we grow, something complicates this simple longing. We begin to learn which parts of us are celebrated and which ones should be tucked away. That the full picture may not always be welcome. That authenticity might cost us something. So we begin to fracture. Not obviously, but subtly, quietly. We split our identity into what is shown and what is silenced, what is performed and what is hidden. In public, we display the polished, composed, socially approved version of ourselves, the version that smiles in photos, makes others comfortable, and doesn't take up too much space. In private, we wrestle with the anxious, contradictory, messy truths that don't fit the narrative we've constructed. Over time, this psychological split becomes muscle memory. It permeates our relationships, our work, our creativity. We end up surrounded by people who love us, yet feel fundamentally alone, because the version they're loving isn't entirely real. Neuroscience shows us that human connection thrives on resonance, that our brains recognize authenticity and synchronize emotionally when we feel deeply understood. But if we never risk showing our real selves, we never experience that resonance. We settle for attention instead of intimacy, approval instead of connection. Even when we're praised, we doubt the sincerity. Even when we're loved, we brace for loss. Even when we belong, we ache. Because deep down, we fear that the love isn't meant for us. It's meant for the character we play. That if we ever drop the act, even for a second, everything we've built might collapse. And so, visibility becomes performance. Vulnerability becomes a calculated risk. Intimacy becomes a game of emotional chess. We're told to be ourselves, but only if we're palatable. We're encouraged to speak our truth, but only if it's not too uncomfortable. The line between honesty and rejection becomes so blurry that many of us stop walking toward it at all. We internalize unspoken rules. Stay agreeable, stay impressive, stay likable. The result is a chronic emotional tension, a life lived in limbo, endlessly craving to be seen, while relentlessly ensuring we never truly are. The desire to be seen is about being known, valued, mirrored. The fear of being known is about being rejected, judged, abandoned. Because when someone truly sees you, beyond the surface, beyond the mask, they also gain the power to leave. They gain the power to use what you've shown them against you. So we stall, we shrink, we perform connection instead of experiencing it. We confuse exposure with intimacy, vulnerability with danger, and in the quiet moments when the applause fades and the masks come off, we begin to wonder, if no one knows the real me, then do I even exist in their eyes? And if I only ever show a version of myself I've edited to survive, then who am I underneath it all? The fear runs deep. It's not just emotional, it's evolutionary. In ancient tribal societies, being cast out wasn't symbolic, it meant death. So we learned to conform, to observe subtle cues, to mold ourselves into what the group would accept. That survival instinct still pulses in our modern nervous systems. We shapeshift, at work, with friends, in love. We become who the room needs us to be, who our partner desires, who our parents imagined, who we think will finally make us enough. But with each adaptation, we lose something sacred, the thread of selfhood, the quiet truth of who we are when no one is watching, the raw, unpolished story that doesn't beg for applause. And that truth is the only thing that can anchor us, the only thing that can save us from being swallowed by our own performance. Telling it, living it, is terrifying, but it's also the only path back to wholeness. Because the opposite of being seen isn't invisibility, it's being misseen. It's the unbearable dissonance of having your life applauded while feeling entirely unknown. It's the loneliness that hides in plain sight underneath every hollow compliment and every forced laugh. Over time, we begin to believe that maybe our hidden parts really are unworthy, that maybe we are only lovable in pieces, not as a whole. We shrink ourselves to fit someone else's comfort zone. We self-reject before anyone else can. And then the mask fuses with the face. The performance becomes the person. We forget what it was like to be real. Not because we are deceitful, but because we are afraid, because we are human. And that fear of exposure, of rejection, of being truly known and then discarded, is ancient, but it is also conquerable. Not all at once, and not without risk, but slowly, gently, in moments of real courage. Like standing in front of someone, emotionally unarmored, and saying, "This is me, all of me," and allowing silence to stretch without rushing to fill it. And maybe, just maybe, someone meets you there, not with perfection, not with grand promises, but with presence, with their own trembling honesty. And in that moment, the paradox dissolves. The desire to be seen no longer wrestles with the fear of being known, because you've stopped running, because you've turned toward yourself instead of away. And in that stillness, you find something rare: peace. Not the peace of perfection or universal acceptance, but the peace that comes from no longer hiding from your own truth. A truth that once claimed becomes your home. The loneliness of crowds. They say we're more connected than ever, surrounded by millions of voices, images, updates, and faces. At any given moment, you can speak, post, react, respond. But strangely, beneath this overwhelming tide of connection, something else begins to fester: an unspoken absence, a silence that hums beneath the noise, a stillness beneath the motion, a kind of loneliness that doesn't come from being alone, but from being unseen in a sea of people. This is the loneliness of crowds, not isolation but alienation, not solitude but saturation. We walk into rooms full of people, scroll through timelines crowded with lives, sit in cafes where conversations buzz around us like static, and yet something inside us remains untouched. This paradox is not just social, it's existential, because loneliness isn't always the absence of others. Sometimes it's the absence of meaning in their presence. Psychologists have long differentiated between social isolation and perceived loneliness. A person can be entirely alone and feel deeply connected to themselves and the world, just as someone can be surrounded by friends and still feel hollow, unanchored, emotionally exiled. What we crave is not company, it's connection, and not just surface connection, but resonance. The feeling that who we are is mirrored in the mind of another, that we are not only observed but understood. And this, paradoxically, becomes harder in crowds. The more faces, the less intimacy. The more voices, the less space for silence. The kind of silence that invites vulnerability and reflection. In a crowd, we often shrink ourselves to fit the room, lose our distinct edges to avoid friction. We adopt group norms, mimic the emotional tone of the environment, suppress our contradictions in favor of cohesion. In doing so, we begin to disappear, not from the room, but from ourselves. We become performative, hyper-aware of perception, constantly managing impressions. And though we may laugh, engage, nod, and participate, a part of us remains on the outside looking in. Because connection without authenticity is like eating without nourishment. It fills the moment, but starves the soul. Social media intensifies this experience, offering us constant proximity without intimacy. We witness curated slices of lives, comment on thoughts we haven't truly digested, and present ourselves in ways optimized for attention, not for truth. We may receive likes, hearts, replies, but rarely do we feel held, heard, or deeply seen. This isn't just a technological issue, it's psychological. The architecture of our social systems rewards visibility over vulnerability, popularity over depth, presence over authenticity. And so we learn to be present without being real. We show up to events, conversations, relationships with a layer of ourselves polished and protected, while the rest stays beneath the surface, guarded, waiting, hoping someone might notice the tremble beneath the smile. Over time, this creates a psychological dissonance. The more we engage without depth, the more we begin to question whether depth is even possible, whether anyone can truly know us, whether there's still a language for what we're feeling, or just emojis and small talk and clever one-liners. We begin to mistrust closeness, not because we don't want it, but because we no longer recognize the path that leads to it. And so we stay in motion. We fill our calendars, check our phones, keep the noise going, because stillness might reveal the ache of being emotionally invisible, the ache of speaking without resonance, the ache of hearing our name but never our heart. And this kind of loneliness is insidious. It doesn't announce itself with silence, but with overload. It hides behind laughter, activity, momentum. It's the kind of loneliness that makes you feel defective for feeling lonely in the first place. After all, how could you be lonely when you're never really alone? But loneliness, at its core, isn't a numbers game. It's a narrative disruption. It's the gap between the self you are and the self that is acknowledged. It's the growing sense that no one is really listening, not because they're cruel, but because they're just as overwhelmed, just as disconnected, just as wrapped in their own invisible ache. And so crowds become not places of refuge, but reflections of absence. We see ourselves in others, but only the parts they allow us to see. We show ourselves to others, but only the parts we think they'll accept. And thus, intimacy becomes a negotiation, not a surrender, a strategy, not a sanctuary. But this is not the end of the story. The very fact that this paradox is felt so deeply means that another way is possible. The human psyche is not wired merely for survival, but for meaning. And meaning arises not from multitude, but from mutuality. It emerges in those rare moments when someone truly listens, not just with their ears, but with their presence. When they don't rush to respond, fix, or entertain, but simply remain. It's in the still gaze held a second too long. The question that waits for your whole answer, the silence that doesn't demand you fill it. And those moments, though rare, are more powerful than 1,000 notifications. They are the antidotes to crowd-induced loneliness. They remind us that connection isn't about frequency, it's about depth. And depth can only emerge when we dare to slow down, to stop performing, to risk being misunderstood. This is hard, terrifying even, because it means stepping out of the crowd, not physically, but psychologically. It means choosing presence over performance, truth over likability, listening over reacting. It means asking different questions, offering different responses, choosing to be with rather than around. And sometimes it means walking away from noise, so we can remember the sound of our own mind. Loneliness will not vanish through busyness, and connection will not deepen through quantity. What we're aching for is not more. It's real. And real cannot be mass-produced. Real cannot be rushed. Real cannot be found in the crowd unless two people dare to look at each other without expectation, without agenda, without armor. Just presence, just breath, just truth. The loneliness of crowds is not a failure of society. It's a reflection of our fear to pause, to go beneath, to reveal. But it can be unlearned. It can be rewritten. One honest moment at a time. The mirror paradox. They say mirrors never lie, but perhaps that's their greatest deception. Because when we look into them, what we see is not the truth, but a reflection, flattened, reversed, and stripped of depth. We expect honesty from glass, yet what it offers is only the surface, a contour, a composition, never the full story. And yet we return to it, day after day, searching for something, reassurance, identity, proof that we exist. The mirror has become a ritual, a judge, a confidant, a curse. It is the place where we meet ourselves and avoid ourselves simultaneously. We stand before it not just to check appearances, but to seek confirmation that we are still intact, still recognizable, still real. But what is real? Is it what others see? What we project? Or what trembles beneath the skin, beyond the reach of reflection? The paradox of the mirror lies in this confusion. We search for truth in something that can only offer symmetry, and in that symmetry, we mistake structure for substance. We forget that what we see in the mirror is not ourselves, but our representation. And like any representation, it's vulnerable to distortion, not just by lighting and angles, but by memory, mood, shame, desire. On some days, the mirror becomes a friend. On others, a stranger. And some days, it becomes an enemy. What it reflects doesn't change, but how we perceive it does, because we don't look with our eyes alone. We look with our history. The child who was mocked for their weight. The teenager who was told their skin wasn't clear enough. The adult who now picks apart each wrinkle as if it were a failure of character. These echoes don't disappear. They hover behind the glass, whispering judgments as we stare. And so the mirror doesn't just show our face. It shows our wounds, our insecurities, our attempts at control, and beneath it all, our fear. The fear that what's visible might not be enough, or worse, that what's invisible will never be seen. Psychologically, this dynamic taps into the fragile development of self-image. The mirror stage, a concept introduced by Lacan, suggests that our sense of self begins with the recognition of our own reflection. But this recognition is not unity, it is fragmentation. We see a whole, but we feel broken. We see an exterior, but we inhabit an interior, and the two rarely match. This creates a lifelong tension between how we appear and how we feel. We try to resolve it through grooming, styling, altering, efforts to bring the inside and outside into harmony. But more often than not, the mirror doesn't help us bridge that gap. It widens it. The more we fix, the more flaws we find. The closer we examine, the less we understand. And eventually, the mirror stops being a tool and becomes a trap. A stage for performance, a battlefield for self-worth, a place where we negotiate our value in silence. In a world obsessed with appearance, the mirror becomes a sacred object, a space where beauty is both chaste and punished. And in that sacred space, rituals form. We tilt our heads just so, flex muscles, suck in, smile, stare, frown, inspect. But beneath every gesture is a question we never say aloud. Is this okay? Not just, do I look good, but do I look lovable? Do I look safe? Do I look like someone who deserves acceptance? And the mirror, being only glass, can't answer. It reflects, but it doesn't respond. It shows you back to yourself, but it offers no context. It doesn't know the night you cried, or the morning you laughed, or the battles you've survived. It only sees what's there, and yet we treat its silence as judgment. We fill in its blanks with the harshest voices we've internalized. We mistake our reflection for evidence. We forget that mirrors cannot see the soul, the mind, the heartache, the hope. They cannot see resilience or kindness. They cannot measure longing or joy. They cannot perceive change unless it is visible. And so we begin to doubt the parts of ourselves that aren't reflected. We devalue the unseen. We neglect the intangible. We start to believe that we are only as real as what the mirror confirms. And that belief is dangerous, because what the mirror misses is everything that truly matters. It misses the way your voice softens when you speak to someone in pain, the way your body moves when you dance alone, the way you make space for others to feel safe, the way you carry grief without collapsing, the way you hope despite everything. None of that is visible in your reflection. And yet, all of it is you. The mirror cannot hold these things, but you can. And perhaps that is the lesson of the paradox. The more we look to the mirror to find ourselves, the more we risk forgetting who we are beyond it. We become fixated on surfaces, measurements, aesthetics, trading wholeness for polish, trading aliveness for symmetry, trading substance for shape. And in doing so, we lose the ability to see ourselves without the mirror. We become dependent on its gaze, its cold feedback loop. We stop trusting our internal sense of worth. We look for approval in reflections instead of relationships, in pixels instead of presence. But there is another way. It begins not by avoiding the mirror, but by reclaiming it, by using it not to critique, but to witness, to see, not judge, to honor, not edit, to remember, not forget, to meet yourself, not manage yourself. This requires patience, gentleness, courage. It means standing before your reflection not as an adversary, but as an old friend, someone you've misunderstood perhaps, but never truly left. It means softening the gaze, resisting the impulse to dissect, and instead asking, who am I beyond this? Not to escape the body, but to re-enter it, not to deny the image, but to remember it's only a fragment. You are not your reflection. You are not the angle or the lighting or the blemish or the line. You are not the parts you've been taught to dislike. You are not the features others failed to admire. You are not the silence of the mirror. You are the voice behind it, the story that shaped it, the presence that persists beyond it. And when you begin to see yourself from that place, not from the surface, but from the center, the mirror begins to lose its power. Not because it changes, but because you do. Because you no longer seek permission from glass, because you no longer confuse reflection with reality, because you remember that the only true way to see yourself is to live as yourself, not in fragments, not in edits, but in full, undeniable wholeness. And from that place, you can finally say, this is me, not as the world sees me, but as I am, and I do not need a mirror to know that I exist. The escape trap. There's something seductive about escape, a promise whispered to us in the quiet moments when reality becomes too loud, too heavy, too sharp around the edges. It tells us there's a door somewhere, a break in the pattern, a place where the weight we carry can be set down without explanation. Escape wears many masks. Sometimes it looks like a vacation, a drink, a night of silence. Sometimes it looks like ambition, distraction, endless scrolling, even reinvention. Sometimes it arrives as productivity, masked as purpose, driving us to achieve not because we love the pursuit, but because we fear what stillness might reveal. And sometimes it's as subtle as the thought, if only I was somewhere else. Someone else? Something else. It doesn't matter how far we run or how convincingly we pretend. We chase the fantasy that somewhere beyond this moment lies relief, a smoother version of life, a kinder version of ourselves, a space unburdened by the accumulated noise of our minds. But what if the need to escape is not the enemy, but a signal? What if the desire to run is not about the world outside, but about the conflict within, about the parts of us that remain unacknowledged, unheard, unhealed? Because here's the paradox. The more we run from discomfort, the more it seems to follow us. The more we try to escape pain, the more tightly it grips. The more we avoid the mirror, the more distorted our reflection becomes. We run from the past, yet it shapes our every move. We flee from our thoughts, yet they echo louder in the silence. We bury feelings, yet they resurrect in the quiet hours when we're alone. We tell ourselves the problem is location, vocation, situation. But the truth is, geography cannot outpace memory. Circumstances cannot overwrite belief. Escape promises freedom, but delivers fragmentation. Because what we escape doesn't disappear. It waits. It waits beneath the surface, shape-shifting into new forms, finding new ways to remind us that nothing we refuse to face truly leaves us. The unspoken, the unresolved, the denied, they root themselves into the soil of our being and sprout through the cracks when we least expect it. We change cities, relationships, careers. We shift identities, chase new beginnings, delete old memories. We tell ourselves, this time it will be different. And for a moment, it is. There's a rush, a dopamine spike, the illusion of momentum. But then, slowly, the old ache resurfaces in the new space. The same fears, the same patterns, the same restlessness, just dressed differently. And we wonder, was the escape not far enough? Should we have gone faster, deeper, louder? Or maybe the terrain we were trying to flee was never external to begin with. Maybe the problem isn't how we escape. Maybe it's why. Because true escape isn't about leaving behind what hurts. It's about learning to sit with it long enough, to understand it. It's about creating space within, not distance outside. And that's terrifying. The body rebels, the mind resists, our nervous system, conditioned by years of micro-traumas and cultural pressure to stay productive and happy, flinches at the idea of stillness. Stillness feels like failure, like weakness, like exposure. It is a mirror we are not ready to face, and so we move. We keep moving, but not forward, just away. We run in circles, changing scenery without changing story, and eventually, the exhaustion sets in. Not the kind that rest cures, but the existential fatigue of never arriving anywhere, of never truly being home, even in your own skin, of constantly outsourcing peace to the next thing, the next place, the next person. The escape trap is this. We confuse movement with progress. We mistake numbing for healing. We label avoidance as strategy. We call it reinvention, when really it's just repetition. And worst of all, we begin to believe that the discomfort we're running from is a flaw to be corrected, not a message to be heard. But pain, as unwelcome as it feels, often arrives as a teacher. Discomfort isn't always a problem. It's a compass. It points to the parts of ourselves that need tending, not escaping. The ache we feel in moments of stillness is not emptiness. It's the call to return. Return to presence, to truth, to self. And yet everything in our culture teaches the opposite. Hustle more, distract faster, curate harder, optimize happiness, monetize meaning. We are taught that anything uncomfortable must be fixed, optimized, transcended. We are rarely taught to simply be with it, but no one tells us that sometimes the most radical act is to stop, to sit, to listen, to stay. Staying doesn't mean surrendering to suffering. It means no longer abandoning yourself in its presence. It means becoming the witness rather than the fugitive. It means realizing that the monsters we run from are often memories, beliefs, unmet needs. And none of these can be healed by distance alone. They need space. They need presence. They need a kind of courage that isn't loud or visible, but quiet and rooted. The kind of courage that says, I will not run this time. A strength that shows up not in grand gestures, but in small moments. The moment you choose not to distract, not to reach for the phone, not to change the subject. And when we choose to stay, truly stay, we begin to understand that freedom was never elsewhere, that escape was never the solution, only the symptom. That the feelings we feared were not bottomless, only unfamiliar. That the pain we avoided held information. That what we were really running from was not the world, but ourselves. And more specifically, the parts of ourselves we didn't yet know how to hold. The tenderness that never received protection. The shame that was never met with compassion. The grief that never got to finish its sentence. So what happens when we stop running? At first, panic, then discomfort, then resistance, then the urge to self-soothe, to retreat, to forget. But if we stay a little longer, if we soften instead of flee, we begin to hear something beneath the chaos. Clarity. The clarity that we are still here, that we are still whole, that we don't need to outrun the past to create a future, that healing begins not at the finish line, but at the moment we decide to turn inward rather than outward. It starts in the pause, in the breath, in the permission to not know. Escape will still call to us. It always will. There will always be something easier than honesty, quieter than grief, shinier than self-inquiry. But the next time it whispers, we might pause, we might breathe, we might ask, what am I truly trying to leave behind? And what might happen if I stayed instead? Not forever, just for now. Just long enough to remember that the life we want isn't hiding somewhere far away. It's waiting in the place we keep leaving, right here, right now. And maybe, just maybe, we weren't meant to escape, but to return. Not to the past, but to the present. Not to what was, but to what's real. And in that return, we might find not only ourselves, but a home we never knew we'd left. The shame loop. Shame is a strange thing, not loud like rage or sharp like fear, but quiet, sticky, and corrosive. It doesn't rush in like panic or explode like grief. It creeps, it settles, it takes root in silence. Shame doesn't announce itself, it waits. It waits for you to slip, to falter, to feel exposed. And when you do, it whispers, not just that you made a mistake, but that you are the mistake. Not just that you failed, but that you are failure. And in that one subtle shift, everything changes. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame says, there's something wrong with me. It doesn't just attack behavior, it targets identity. And once shame enters that space, it loops, a closed circuit, a repeating reel, an internal narrative that replays over and over, each time a little quieter, a little more convincing, until it no longer feels like a voice inside you. It feels like who you are. You begin to adjust your posture, your speech, your expression. You hide the parts of yourself that feel too much, too needy, too broken. You apologize for your existence in small ways, declining compliments, minimizing your needs, laughing when you want to cry. And all of this becomes so practiced, so habitual, that you don't even notice you're doing it anymore. Shame doesn't just shape how others see you, it reshapes how you see yourself. Over time, you forget the original wound, but the scar dictates your movements. You pull away from closeness because being known feels dangerous. You stop trying new things because failure is no longer a possibility. It's a prediction. You overperform to compensate or underperform to preempt disappointment. You build an entire personality around damage control. And in doing so, you enter the shame loop. Not because you're weak or broken, but because you learned somewhere along the line that vulnerability is unsafe. That imperfection invites exile. That to be fully yourself is to risk being unloved. And so you protect yourself the only way you know how, by hiding. But hiding creates its own hunger, a hunger to be seen, to be held, to be accepted. And that hunger conflicts with your belief that you are unacceptable. So when love comes, you doubt it. When kindness comes, you deflect it. When opportunity arises, you sabotage it. Because deep down, shame has taught you a dangerous lie, that you are not worthy of good things, that if people really knew you, knew the real you, they would leave. And that belief doesn't just sit in the background. It steers. It filters every relationship, every decision, every hope. It becomes the lens through which you view the world and your place in it. And because you expect rejection, you often behave in ways that invite it. You withdraw, you test, you push away. And when people do leave or fail to understand, you say, "See, I knew it." And the loop tightens. But here's the thing, shame is not born in isolation. It is taught, it is passed down. It is planted by words, looks, moments, sometimes small, sometimes seismic, that told you who you were was too much or not enough. A parent who praised achievement but ignored emotion. A teacher who mocked instead of guided. A friend who turned away when you needed closeness. A culture that rewarded perfection but punished authenticity. These moments do not disappear. They live in the body, in the breath that shortens when you speak up, in the tension in your jaw when someone gets too close, in the instinct to say, "I'm fine," when you're anything but. But what's cruel about shame is not just its presence, it's how convincing it is, how it masquerades as truth, how it builds a prison using your own voice. And once that voice becomes familiar, you stop questioning it. You carry it into every room. You hear it in every silence. You feel it in every compliment you don't believe. And even when you try to heal, it finds a way in. You're not doing it right. You're not healing fast enough. You're still broken. Shame loops, because shame feeds on itself. You feel ashamed, then ashamed of feeling ashamed. You isolate, then hate yourself for being lonely. You make a mistake, then spiral because you should have known better. It's recursive, self-reinforcing. A trap disguised as self-awareness. But shame cannot be outperformed. It cannot be outsmarted. It cannot be shamed into silence. The only thing that begins to unravel shame is compassion. And not the soft, surface-level kind. Deep, fierce, rooted compassion. The kind that looks your worst moments in the eye and doesn't flinch. The kind that says, "Yes, you've messed up. Yes, you've hurt and been hurt. And yes, you are still worthy of love." This is hard, brutally hard. Because shame will resist it. It will call compassion naive, indulgent, weak. It will beg you to keep hiding, to keep pretending, to keep performing. But if you stay, if you don't run, something shifts. Slowly. Quietly, you begin to question the voice. You begin to separate who you are from what you've internalized. You begin to say, "That story is old. That wound is real, but it does not define me. That voice is loud, but it is not mine." And in those moments, those fragile, defiant moments, you begin to write a new loop, one rooted not in shame, but in self-recognition. One that doesn't demand perfection, but welcomes honesty. One that doesn't pretend you are invincible, but reminds you that you are not alone. Because if shame thrives in secrecy, then healing begins in the light, in the telling, in the trembling, uncertain confession that says, "I am not okay, but I want to be." And someone, somewhere, will hear you. Maybe not right away, maybe not in the way you hoped, but they will. And even if they don't, you will have heard yourself. Spoken truth instead of silence. Offered grace instead of punishment. And that, in itself, is a revolution. Not a loud one, not a cinematic one, but a quiet, stubborn, brave one. The kind that breaks loops, the kind that rewrites stories, the kind that brings you back to yourself, not perfect, not fixed, but whole in your humanity. And in that wholeness, shame loses its grip. Not because it disappears, but because it no longer gets to speak last. The voice inside Paradox. There is a voice inside you. You know the one that speaks before anyone else does, that finishes your thoughts, that comments on your choices, your failures, your pauses. It's not always loud, but it is constant. Sometimes it sounds like a whisper of encouragement, gentle, grounding, familiar, but more often, it carries a tone you wish belonged to someone else. Sharp, sarcastic, demanding. It mocks your hesitation, doubts your joy, replays your mistakes like a soundtrack you never asked for. It sounds like you, but it doesn't feel like kindness. It uses your vocabulary, your memories, even your humor. But beneath the surface, it's not helping you, it's measuring you, judging, correcting, controlling. And what makes this voice so insidious, so inescapable, is that it lives in your own mind and wears the mask of your identity. That is the paradox. The voice inside is supposed to be the closest, safest, most truthful part of who you are. And yet, it often becomes the most relentless critic you know. How does that happen? How does something born from consciousness turn against it? Psychology tells us that our internal dialogue is formed early, crafted by tone, by response, by repetition. The way caregivers spoke to us becomes how we speak to ourselves. The way teachers corrected us becomes how we self-correct. The way society evaluated us becomes how we evaluate our every move. And over time, this voice ceases to be a reflection. It becomes the rule. We stop questioning its legitimacy because it feels so deeply embedded, so reflexive, so true. We think, if it's coming from inside me, it must be real. But the truth is, not all thoughts are facts. Not all internal voices are allies. Many are echoes of trauma, of pressure, of conditional love. Many are inherited scripts, carried unknowingly, repeated unconsciously. And yet, they hold power, immense power. They shape how we feel about ourselves before anyone else has a chance to. They narrate our stories in real time. They turn risk into recklessness, softness into weakness, desire into danger. And most of the time, we let them. Because confronting that voice requires something we're rarely taught: inner discernment. The ability to sit with yourself and ask, is this voice telling the truth, or is it repeating a fear? That question is revolutionary. It creates space between thought and identity, between belief and being. It allows us to realize that we are not our thoughts. We are the ones witnessing them. And in that witnessing, we reclaim something we forgot we lost: agency. But of course, it's not that simple. Because even when we know the voice is harsh, we still cling to it. Why? Because it feels like protection. Because it convinces us that if we criticize ourselves, first, others won't get the chance. That if we stay alert, anxious, hyper-aware, we can avoid disappointment, embarrassment, pain. This is the paradox's cruelest irony. The inner voice promises safety, but delivers self-sabotage. It tells us we're being prepared, when really we're being paralyzed. It frames its cruelty as realism, its pessimism as wisdom. And in doing so, it becomes a prison made of logic, one we can't argue with because it uses our own language against us. So we internalize it. We call it high standards. We call it self-discipline. We mistake its rigidity for strength, and slowly it drowns out the other voice, the quiet one, the softer one, the one that says, you're doing enough. You're allowed to rest. You are still worthy, even when you're not winning. That voice becomes harder to hear, not because it vanishes, but because it's buried beneath years of noise. And when we finally try to listen to it, it feels foreign, like weakness, like self-indulgence. That's how deep the paradox goes. We begin to distrust our own compassion. We reject it not because it's false, but because we've been conditioned to think that love must be earned, even from ourselves. So, what do? How do we break this loop when the critic lives in our own head? The answer isn't to silence the voice. You can't. And trying to will only deepen the split. The answer is to confront it. Not with anger, but with curiosity. To ask it where it came from, who it sounds like, what it's trying to protect. And then, gently but firmly, to set boundaries with it. To say, I hear you, but I don't believe everything you say. To make room for another voice, one that doesn't need to shout, one that doesn't demand perfection, one that remembers the whole story, not just the highlight reel of your mistakes. This takes time, practice, patience. There will be days when the critic wins, when the old tape plays louder, when you regress, collapse, forget. But the difference is, now you'll notice, now you'll pause, and in that pause lies power. Because once you become aware of the inner voice, you're no longer trapped by it. You can choose, you can respond, You can rewrite. You can let the inner critic speak and then choose not to obey. Over time, the volume shifts. The balance tilts. The compassionate voice, though quieter, grows stronger with use. It becomes easier to find, more familiar, and eventually, you begin to speak to yourself in ways you never thought possible. Not with relentless scrutiny, but with grace, with context, with nuance. You begin to see your effort, not just your errors, your growth, not just your gaps. And, in doing so, you start to trust yourself again, not just as a performer, but as a person. You remember that your worth was never meant to be negotiated, that you are not your productivity, that you are allowed to change your mind, that you are still learning, still becoming, still enough. And in that remembering, the paradox begins to dissolve. The voice inside no longer feels like an enemy. It becomes a companion, not perfect, but honest, not always right, but open to correction. And most importantly, it becomes yours, not inherited, not imposed, chosen, forged through awareness, softened by compassion, guided by truth. And once you reclaim that voice, the world outside begins to shift too. Not because it changes, but because you meet it with a new foundation. One that cannot be shaken by every opinion, every mistake, every setback. One that whispers, when the old voice resurfaces, "I've heard you before, but I am not who I was, and you no longer get to lead." The paradox of emotional honesty. They say honesty is the foundation of every meaningful connection, the key that unlocks trust, the bridge between two separate worlds. And yet, when it comes to emotions, raw, messy, inconvenient emotions, honesty doesn't always feel like a virtue. Sometimes it feels like exposure. Sometimes it feels like danger. This is the paradox of emotional honesty. We are told to express ourselves, to speak our truth, to feel without filter. But when we actually do, the consequences often contradict the promise. We open our mouth to say what's real and watch as silence follows, or confusion, or even disapproval. We let someone into the truth of how we feel, and they flinch, or correct, or turn away. And suddenly, the very act that was meant to deepen intimacy feels like the thing that disrupts it. Emotional honesty asks us to name what hurts, to admit what we want, to reveal what we fear. It demands that we surrender control, that we stop editing our humanity to make it easier for others to digest. But doing so means relinquishing the armor we've spent years building. It means stepping into a space where we can no longer manage how we're perceived. It means saying, "I'm scared," or "I need you," or "that hurt," without knowing what will come next. And that unknown, that uncontrollable aftermath, is often what keeps our mouths shut. Because somewhere along the way, many of us learned that our feelings were too much, or too confusing, or too inconvenient. We learned to bottle, to swallow, to translate our truths into something quieter, more acceptable, less demanding. And so we internalize a dangerous logic. Honesty is admirable, but only in moderation. Only when it's neat. Only when it doesn't shake the room. But emotions, by nature, are not neat. They are unpredictable, non-linear, often irrational. They surge at inopportune times, contradict our words, challenge our identities. And yet, when allowed to be heard, truly heard, they have the power to transform us, to connect us, to soften the walls we didn't even realize we'd built. The paradox is that the more emotionally honest we are, the more we risk, but also the more we stand to gain. Because without honesty, there is no real closeness. There is performance, there is politeness, there is agreement, but not intimacy. Intimacy requires truth, and truth requires courage. Not just the courage to speak, but the courage to be misunderstood, to be met with discomfort, to be seen, not as a polished version of ourselves, but as the vulnerable, complicated, imperfect beings we are. And this is terrifying, especially when our culture rewards detachment, composure, and logic. Especially when vulnerability is so often mistaken for weakness. Emotional honesty breaks that illusion. It breaks the performance. It says, "Here is what's real, even if it's messy, even if it's unpopular, even if it changes things. And sometimes it does change things. Sometimes it costs us something, a friendship, a relationship, a version of ourselves we were trying to protect. But what it gives us is something deeper. Self-alignment, the internal congruence of living in accordance with what we actually feel. Because repression doesn't just hide feelings, it warps them. It reshapes our internal landscape until we no longer know what's real, until we can no longer distinguish our own needs from what others expect of us. And in that fog, we lose ourselves. Emotional honesty cuts through that fog. It brings clarity, even when it's painful. It reconnects us to our instincts, our desires, our disappointments. It tells us where the wound is, where the longing lives, where the healing needs to begin. But it can't do that work unless we let it speak, unless we risk being raw. And that's the real cost of emotional honesty. Not rejection by others, but confrontation with ourselves. The realization that we've been performing safety, that we've been withholding not just from the world, but from our own heart, that we've been waiting for someone else to make it safe to be real, when really, that permission can only come from within. Of course, not every space is safe for vulnerability. Not every person is capable of holding emotional truth with care. And part of emotional maturity is knowing when and where to be open. But too often, we use that truth as a blanket excuse. We say, they wouldn't understand, when really, we haven't given them the chance. We say, now's not the right time, when really we're terrified there will never be a right time. We convince ourselves that our feelings are too complicated to name, when really we're afraid of what naming them might demand. Because once something is spoken, it becomes real. It enters the world. It changes the dynamic. It asks something, not just of others, but of us. It asks us to stand by what we feel, to take ownership, to be responsible, not just for our pain, but for our needs. And that, perhaps more than anything, is what makes emotional honesty so difficult. It dismantles the illusion of self-sufficiency. It breaks the narrative that we are fine, that we are unaffected, that we don't need anything from anyone. But we do. We all do. We need to be seen. We need to be heard. We need to be held in our truth, not just our performance. And we need to be able to do the same for others. Emotional honesty is not just about speaking. It's about listening, holding space, not fixing, not analyzing, just witnessing, letting someone be real without turning away. And in that shared space, something sacred happens. The armor softens, the breath deepens, the nervous system regulates, the shame begins to dissolve, and two people, for a moment, meet not as roles, but as humans. That's the gift of honesty, but it only arrives when we're willing to risk the discomfort it brings. So what do? We start small. We name one truth. We let one feeling rise. We sit with it, even when it trembles. We say, this is what I feel, and we allow that to be enough. We stop editing ourselves to make others comfortable. We stop waiting for the perfect moment. We stop believing that vulnerability must always come with a happy ending, because sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes honesty hurts, but it also heals. And not always in the way we expect. It heals not by fixing the world around us, but by realigning the world within us. It brings us back into integrity with ourselves, with our values, with our reality. It teaches us to tolerate discomfort, to trust our instincts, to stop abandoning ourselves for the sake of peace. And as we grow more fluent in this kind of honesty, we become safer, not just for others, but for ourselves. We become the space where truth doesn't have to hide, where emotion doesn't have to wear a disguise, where the full spectrum of being human is allowed. And that kind of space is rare, but it is powerful, it is revolutionary, and it begins the moment we decide that truth is worth the risk, even if our voice shakes, even if we don't know what will happen next, even if we are met with silence, because in that silence, something sacred still happens. We hear ourselves, fully, honestly, finally. The Nostalgia Distortion. There's something about the past that calls to us, not always loudly, but persistently, like a quiet knock behind memory, a distant light flickering at the edge of our present. We look back not just because we remember, but because we need to. Nostalgia, in its gentlest form, is comfort, a psychological balm, a story we tell ourselves when the present feels too sharp or the future too uncertain. It offers us familiarity in a world that constantly demands reinvention, a place of stillness when time feels like a treadmill we can't quite get off. But what we rarely admit is that nostalgia is not the past. It's our edited version of it. It is selective, softened, often romanticized. It filters out complexity, rearranges memory, turns pain into poetry, and absence into beauty. It is less a mirror than a filter, less a record than a painting. And this is the paradox of nostalgia. The more we indulge in it, the less clearly we see what was real, and the less fully we live in what is now. We begin to remember not events, but feelings, not timelines, but textures. And those feelings become distorted, idealized, magnified. The high points are highlighted, the flaws are blurred, and the people we once struggled with become saints or symbols. Our minds fill in the blanks with what we wish had happened, or what we wish still could. We say we miss a time, but often, we're mourning a version of ourselves that existed during that time. A self we now feel detached from, unsure how to access again. That longing isn't just for an era, it's for a self-state. A feeling of wholeness, ease, or innocence that now feels foreign. This emotional time travel can be soothing, even necessary. It helps us orient ourselves in an ever-changing world, but if left unchecked, it can quietly imprison us. We start to view the past as a golden age, a place where things made sense, where happiness was pure, where we were more whole, and the present, by comparison, becomes duller, flatter, less real. We stop engaging with now because now can't compete with the glow of what was. And yet, if we're honest, that glow is manufactured. Because the truth is, even our most cherished memories were layered with confusion, fear, contradiction. We forget that the version of the past we long for is a version that never fully existed, not the way we remember it. Psychologists call this rosy retrospection, the tendency to recall past experiences as being more positive than they actually were. It's a cognitive bias rooted in the emotional relief of distance. Once a moment has passed, we're no longer in its chaos, its discomfort, its uncertainty. We remember it from a safer place. But safety dulls detail, and so memory morphs. This isn't a flaw. It's how the brain protects us, but it creates a subtle danger. We begin to compare the messiness of the present to the fantasy of the past, and the present always loses. We say things like, life was simpler back then, or people were kinder, or I used to feel more alive. But what we often mean is, I felt more connected to myself, or I wasn't yet carrying the weight I carry now. Nostalgia doesn't just bend history, it reveals emotional need. It points to something lacking in the now, a loneliness, a restlessness, a craving for coherence. And instead of addressing those needs directly, we take refuge in memory. We loop old songs. We revisit old messages. We rewatch films that spoke to who we were. We reach for the comfort of familiarity, even when it no longer fits. We scroll through old photos, not just to see, but to feel. Not just to remember, but to touch the version of ourselves who smiled without pretense, who wasn't yet hardened by disappointment. And all the while, life moves around us, unfolding, demanding our attention. But we're half present, half gone, somewhere between longing and loss. And the more we stay there, the harder it becomes to come back. Because nostalgia, for all its sweetness, can be addictive. It offers escape without movement, emotion without risk, connection without vulnerability. It asks nothing of us except to remember. But healing doesn't come from remembering. It comes from reconciling, from integrating the past, not idolizing it, from seeing it clearly, with its cracks and shadows, intact. And that requires us to tell a different story, not one where the past was perfect, but one where it was real, complex, incomplete, one where we acknowledge both the joy and the grief, both the clarity and the confusion, one where we remember that nostalgia is not an enemy, but neither is it always a friend. It's a signal, not a solution. Only then can we reclaim the present as a place equally worthy of attention, equally capable of beauty, because the present is not lacking, it's just unfiltered, uncurated, still unfolding. It hasn't yet been softened by time. It still stings, still asks, still reveals. But that rawness is what makes it true. That immediacy is what makes it ours. The past, after all, has been framed and captioned and closed. The present remains, uncertain, but also full of possibility. And if we keep reaching backward, trying to live in a photograph, we miss the living moment in front of us. We miss the chance to create memories we haven't yet had, to become the person we keep nostalgically searching for, the child who laughed without hesitation, the teenager who felt everything at full volume, the adult who once dared to hope. That self isn't gone. It's waiting, not in the past, but beneath the surface of now, under the routines, the responsibilities, the self-doubt, under the cynicism we wear like armor. And nostalgia, when used with care, can guide us there, not as a destination, but as a mirror. It can show us what we've lost touch with, what still matters, what needs tending. It can show us the emotional truths we've left behind, the dreams we paused, the innocence we thought we outgrew. But to access that, we must let go of the distortion. We must let the past be honest, not idealized. We must look at old photos and remember not just the smile, but what came before and after, the tension in the shoulders, the unanswered questions, the laughter that followed tears. We must allow memory to be whole. Only then does it become wisdom instead of fantasy. Only then does it inform the present rather than eclipse it. Because nostalgia isn't bad, it's incomplete, and perhaps in doing so, we'll realize that the most meaningful moments aren't behind us. They're the ones we choose to notice now. The ones we breathe through, cry through, laugh through. The ones that don't yet feel nostalgic because they're still happening, right here, right now. And when we honor them, not as distractions from the past, but as their continuation, we come home, not to history, but to ourselves. The Intimacy Recoil. Intimacy is what we say we want. It's what stories are built on, what songs mourn, what poems ache for. To be seen, to be known, to be accepted in our unedited form. This is the promise intimacy holds. And yet, when it arrives, when someone gets close enough to touch not just our skin, but the deeper layers beneath it, something in us flinches. We recoil, not always in ways that are visible. Sometimes it's subtle. A hesitation in the voice, a shift in posture, a delayed reply, a joke told too quickly. Sometimes it's louder, a sudden anger, a withdrawal, a disappearance. This is the paradox of intimacy. We crave closeness, but fear what it might uncover. We seek connection, yet sabotage it when it becomes too real. We long to be held, but panic when someone actually stays. And the truth is, this reaction isn't irrational. It's protective. Because intimacy doesn't just expose our beauty, it exposes our wounds. It reveals not just who we are, but what we've been through, the fears we've silenced, the shame we've buried, the softness we've armored. And for many, that kind of exposure feels dangerous. It evokes memories of being misunderstood, rejected, abandoned. It reminds the body of every time vulnerability was met not with care, but with consequence. And so, even as the heart leans forward, the nervous system pulls back. The body, ever faithful to its history, doesn't distinguish between past and present. It only recognizes sensation. And intimacy, when it gets too close, feels like risk, like danger, like standing too near the edge of something vast and unknown. And so we recoil, not because we don't care, but because we care too much, because connection means mattering, and mattering means the possibility of loss. Because when someone sees us clearly, they gain the power to hurt us deeply. And even If they never intend to, the threat remains. But here's what makes the intimacy recoil so confusing. We often don't realize we're doing it. We mistake it for logic. We say, I'm just not ready, or I need space, or I don't want to rush. And sometimes those are true. But often they're armor, they're strategies, they're how we create distance while still appearing engaged. We become experts at keeping people just far enough away that they can't touch what's real. We show them what's acceptable, what's admirable, what's already processed, but not the raw, not the unsure, not the parts still aching. And in doing so, we end up feeling unseen. Not because others refuse to see us, but because we never showed them the whole picture. We curate connection and then grieve that it's not enough. We blame the other for not reaching deeper, but forget that we built the walls. And the longer we do this, the more intimate we become with our defenses instead of with others. We learn to find safety in solitude, not because we prefer to be alone, but because solitude never asks us to risk being known. But this kind of safety comes at a cost, because the same walls that keep hurt out also keep love from getting in. They become our shelter and our prison. And inside that prison, we start to believe that maybe we're just not built for closeness, that maybe we're too complicated, too much, too confusing. We start to romanticize self-reliance. We wear independence like armor, not realizing it's cutting us off from the very thing we were built to need: connection. Because we are wired for it, biologically, emotionally, spiritually. Infants die without it. Adults ache without it. Even the most solitary of us still long, in some quiet way, to be met, to be mirrored, to be felt. And when that need goes unmet for too long, it doesn't vanish, it distorts. It becomes hunger, restlessness, addiction, detachment. We seek substitutes. We scroll endlessly. We perform intimacy online. We talk but don't reveal. We touch but don't feel. We confuse chemistry for closeness, attention for affection, sex for safety. And yet, when we're finally alone, the ache returns. The one that whispers, there's more. There must be more. And there is. But it asks for something costly. It asks for presence, for slowness, for the willingness to stay in the room when discomfort arises, to not bolt the moment we feel misunderstood, to not shut down when someone sees a part of us we haven't yet accepted. That is the hardest part of intimacy. It reveals what we haven't yet healed. It mirrors back our fragility. It challenges our narratives. It softens the edges we've spent years sharpening. But if we can sit with that discomfort, if we can breathe through the urge to retreat, something miraculous happens. The recoil lessens. The heart, once guarded, begins to open. Not all at once, not without fear, but gradually, honestly, with trembling sincerity. We start to say things we've never said. We start to let ourselves be held, not just physically, but emotionally. We start to let ourselves need, to ask, to stay. And in that staying, we discover something that rewrites everything. Intimacy is not about merging, it's about meeting. It's not about losing the self, but bringing the self fully to another. It's not about perfection or performance. It's about presence, raw, flawed, human presence. The kind that doesn't require fixing, only witnessing. And that kind of connection doesn't scream, it whispers, it sits with, it listens long, it asks gently, can you still love me here? Can I still love you there? And when the answer is yes, even if it's whispered, even if it's unsure, it changes us. It rewires the nervous system. It tells the body, you're safe now. And slowly, we learn a new language. One where closeness doesn't mean danger, where exposure doesn't mean rejection, where being seen doesn't mean being hurt. And that language becomes the foundation of something we didn't know we were allowed to build. A home, not in someone else, but in the space between. A sacred middle where two selves can meet in their fullness and not flinch. That is intimacy. And yes, we may still recoil from time to time. The old instincts don't vanish overnight. But now, We notice, we pause, we soften, and maybe, just maybe, we lean in instead of pulling away. The surveillance within. We often think of surveillance as something external, cameras on street corners, microphones in devices, data tracked in silence. We imagine watchful eyes belonging to governments, corporations, systems too large to touch. But what if the most pervasive surveillance doesn't come from the outside, but from within? What if the most constant watcher is not a stranger, but our own mind, trained over time to observe, evaluate, censor, and control every thought, every word, every impulse? This is the paradox of internalized surveillance. It begins as protection, as adaptation, as a response to the gaze of others, but over time, it becomes our own. And we don't even realize it's happened. We simply wake up one day and notice that we are no longer free, not because someone is watching us, but because we are watching ourselves, constantly, relentlessly. We monitor how we speak, how we move, how we react. We audit our emotions before they're even felt. We rehearse conversations in our head, anticipate reactions, preempt judgment. We live not in the moment, but in the imagined gaze of those around us. And even when those people are gone, even when the threat is no longer real, the watcher remains. We have internalized the surveillance. It has become the lens through which we view ourselves, a silent, invisible force shaping every decision, telling us what is acceptable, what is attractive, what is appropriate. This watcher is not cruel in the traditional sense. It doesn't shout, it whispers, it suggests, it corrects, it warns. And because it sounds like us, we obey, not out of fear, but out of habit, out of survival. Because at some point, learning to monitor ourselves kept us safe, or so we believed. Maybe it began with a critical parent, a volatile home, a classroom where mistakes were punished, a peer group that mocked difference. Maybe it began with culture, with the unspoken rules of gender, race, class, appearance. Wherever it began, it taught us one lesson very clearly. To be fully ourselves is risky. To be spontaneous is dangerous. To be authentic is naive. So we learned to self-edit, to self-contain, to self-police. And over time, we became experts in self-surveillance, so much so that we started to believe it was normal, that the anxious second-guessing before speaking is just being considerate, that the paralysis before posting is just being responsible, that the emotional suppression is just being strong. But what we're really doing is performing, not for the world, but for the watcher within. And the cost of this performance is high. Because when you are constantly observing yourself, you cannot be fully present. When you are always anticipating judgment, you cannot be truly alive. You become split, a person living and a person watching the person living, a shadow following every step, a voice narrating every thought, and even in solitude, you are not alone. You are being watched by yourself. This creates a quiet kind of exhaustion, a chronic tension that never fully releases. The body tenses. The breath shortens. The mind races. Not because of danger, but because of hyper-awareness. This is what psychologists call hypervigilance, and it is often rooted in trauma, in environments where we had to stay alert to stay safe. And though the environment may change, the pattern remains. We become our own threat detector, our own judge, our own censor, and in doing so, we lose something vital, our spontaneity, our freedom to speak without scripting, to feel without apologizing, to be without performing. This is not just a personal issue, it's a societal one, because internalized surveillance serves power. It keeps people compliant without coercion. It ensures obedience without force. When people monitor themselves, systems don't have to. And so, cultures of surveillance rely on us to become their agents, to adopt their values as our own, to shame ourselves into silence, to punish deviation before it happens. And the more we do this, the more the system disappears into us. It becomes invisible, intangible, unchallengeable. And that is perhaps the most dangerous part, when oppression no longer needs to be enforced because it has been internalized, when the cage is no longer outside, but inside our own skull. When we become suspicious of our own instincts, when we silence ourselves before anyone else gets the chance. But there is another way. It begins with awareness, with noticing the watcher. Noticing when you shrink, when you edit, when you hesitate. Noticing the voice that says, "Don't say that, don't be like that, don't want that." And asking, whose voice is that really? Where did I learn that being fully myself is too much? Who taught me to fear my own depth? These are not easy questions. They threaten the stability of the false self, the one built for approval, for safety, for survival. But they are necessary, because until we question the watcher, we cannot reclaim our freedom. We cannot trust ourselves. We cannot speak in our own voice. We will keep outsourcing our worth to imagined audiences. We will keep living in delay, in caution, in preemptive regret. And life will pass not as experience, but as surveillance footage, always observed, never embodied. But when we begin to push back, gently, consistently, something shifts. We begin to risk a little more. We say the thing we were afraid to say. We wear what feels like us. We let ourselves laugh too loud, feel too deeply, care too obviously. And yes, it's scary. The watcher protests, it warns. But each time we disobey, the voice weakens, the grip loosens, and we begin to remember what it felt like to be free, to speak without planning, to move without shame, to exist without justification. That freedom isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It arrives in moments, in breath, in movement, in truth. In the simple, radical act of choosing to live as yourself, even when no one else is watching, especially then. Because the goal is not to destroy the inner watcher. It was created for a reason. But now, it's time to take back the controls. To say, "Thank you for protecting me, but I no longer need your vigilance to survive." And in that moment, something sacred happens. You come home to yourself, not as an object, not as a brand, but as a person, a whole, messy, uncontained, alive person. And that is a rebellion greater than any camera can capture. That is a revolution no system can predict. That is how freedom begins, not with escape, but with return. A return to presence, a return to truth, a return to the self beneath surveillance, the one who was never meant to be watched, but to be witnessed, to be lived. The comfort curse loop. There's something about the past that calls to us, not always loudly, but persistently, like a quiet knock behind memory, a distant light flickering at the edge of our present. It's not just a recollection, it's a gravitational pull. We look back not just because we remember, but because we need to. Nostalgia, in its gentlest form, is comfort, a psychological balm, a story we tell ourselves when the present feels too sharp or the future too uncertain. It offers us familiarity in a world that constantly demands reinvention. A place of stillness when time feels like a treadmill we can't quite get off. A sanctuary made of fragments. But what we rarely admit is that nostalgia is not the past. It's our edited version of it. It is selective, softened, often romanticized. It filters out complexity, rearranges memory, turns pain into poetry, and absence into beauty. It is less a mirror than a filter, less a record than a painting. A painting, of course, painted by feeling more than fact. And this is the paradox of nostalgia. The more we indulge in it, the less clearly we see what was real, and the less fully we live in what is now. We begin to remember not events, but feelings, not timelines, but textures. And those feelings become distorted, idealized, magnified. The high points are highlighted, the flaws are blurred, and the people we once struggled with become saints or symbols. Our minds fill in the blanks with what we wish had happened or what we wish still could. We say we miss a time, but often we're mourning a version of ourselves that existed during that time, a self we now feel detached from, unsure how to access again. That longing isn't just for an era, it's for a self-state, a feeling of wholeness, ease, or innocence that now feels foreign. It's the ache of a memory not quite real, yet deeply felt. And often, nostalgia is less about the past than it is about our relationship with the present. How distant we've become from our own aliveness. This emotional time travel can be soothing, even necessary. It helps us orient ourselves in an ever-changing world. It reassures us that something once felt good, true, meaningful, that we were, at some point, connected. It's how we trace the roots of who we are. But if left unchecked, nostalgia can quietly imprison us. We start to view the past as a golden age, a place where things made sense, where happiness was pure, where we were more whole, and the present by comparison becomes duller, flatter, less real, less alive. We stop engaging with now because now can't compete with the glow of what was. And yet, if we're honest, that glow is manufactured. Because the truth is, even our most cherished memories were layered with confusion, fear, contradiction. We forget that the version of the past we long for is a version that never fully existed, not the way we remember it. Psychologists call this rosy retrospection, the tendency to recall past experiences as being more positive than they actually were. It's a cognitive bias rooted in the emotional relief of distance. Once a moment has passed, we're no longer in its chaos, its discomfort, its uncertainty. We remember it from a safer place. But safety dulls detail, and so memory morphs. This isn't a flaw, it's how the brain protects us, but it creates a subtle danger. We begin to compare the messiness of the present to the fantasy of the past, and the present always loses. The result? We start living in comparison rather than creation. We say things like life was simpler back then, or people were kinder, or I used to feel more alive. But what we often mean is, I felt more connected to myself, or I wasn't yet carrying the weight I carry now. Nostalgia doesn't just bend history, it reveals emotional need. It points to something lacking in the now, a loneliness, a restlessness, a craving for coherence, a longing for meaning that feels more elusive now than it did then. And instead of addressing those needs directly, we take refuge in memory. We loop old songs. We revisit old messages. We re-watch films that spoke to who we were. We reach for the comfort of familiarity, even when it no longer fits. We scroll through old photos, not just to see, but to feel. Not just to remember, but to touch the version of ourselves who smiled without pretense, who wasn't yet hardened by disappointment, who hadn't yet learned to expect less. Nostalgia becomes our translator when the language of now feels foreign. And, all the while, life moves around us, unfolding, demanding our attention, but we're half present, half gone, somewhere between longing and loss. And the more we stay there, the harder it becomes to come back. Because nostalgia, for all its sweetness, can be addictive. It offers escape without movement, emotion without risk, connection without vulnerability. It asks nothing of us except to remember. But healing doesn't come from remembering. It comes from reconciling, from integrating the past, not idolizing it, from seeing it clearly with its cracks and shadows intact, from facing what we tried to forget. And that requires us to tell a different story, not one where the past was perfect, but one where it was real, complex, incomplete. One where we acknowledge both the joy and the grief, both the clarity and the confusion. One where we remember that nostalgia is not an enemy, but neither is it always a friend. It's a signal, not a solution, a reflection, not a roadmap. It is a feeling, not a fact. Only then can we reclaim the present as a place equally worthy of attention, equally capable of beauty, because the present is not lacking. It's just unfiltered, uncurated, still unfolding. It hasn't yet been softened by time. It still stings, still asks, still reveals. But that rawness is what makes it true. That immediacy is what makes it ours. The past, after all, has been framed and captioned and closed. The present remains uncertain, but also full of possibility. A living canvas, not a finished painting. And if we keep reaching backward, trying to live in a photograph, we miss the living moment in front of us. We miss the chance to create memories we haven't yet had, to become the person we keep nostalgically searching for. The child who laughed without hesitation, the teenager who felt everything at full volume, the adult who once dared to hope. That self isn't gone, it's waiting. Not in the past, but beneath the surface of now. Under the routines, the responsibilities, the self-doubt. Under the cynicism we wear like armor. That self speaks in quiet longings, in restless nights, in the ache we call nostalgia. And nostalgia, when used with care, can guide us there, not as a destination, but as a mirror. It can show us what we've lost touch with, what still matters, what needs tending. It can show us the emotional truths we've left behind, the dreams we paused, the innocence we thought we outgrew. It can remind us that longing is a map, not a sentence. But to access that, we must let go of the distortion. We must let the past be honest, not idealized. We must look at old photos and remember not just the smile, but what came before and after, the tension in the shoulders, the unanswered questions, the laughter that followed tears. We must allow memory to be whole. Only then does it become wisdom instead of fantasy. Only then does it inform the present rather than eclipse it. Because nostalgia isn't bad, it's incomplete. And perhaps, in doing so, we'll realize that the most meaningful moments aren't behind us. They're the ones we choose to notice now. The ones we breathe through, cry through, laugh through. The ones that don't yet feel nostalgic because they're still happening, right here, right now. And when we honor them, not as distractions from the past, but as their continuation, we come home. Not to history, but to ourselves. And in that homecoming, we no longer escape. We return, fully, courageously, alive. The healing wound. Paradox. Healing is supposed to be the goal, the destination at the end of pain, the clean scar that says, you made it. We think of healing as resolution, as closure, as the moment the past loses its grip, and we finally feel whole again. But what if that image is incomplete? What if healing isn't the erasure of pain, but the transformation of it? What if the wound doesn't vanish, but becomes a part of us, not as a weakness, but as a thread in the fabric of who we are becoming? This is the paradox of the healing wound. We expect healing to mean freedom from the wound, but in truth, healing often means learning to live with it differently, more gently, more honestly. We carry the idea that healing is linear, that time will pass, the ache will fade, and one day we will look back without flinching. But wounds don't always disappear. Some fade, some scar, some reopen, and some, rather than leaving, reshape us from within. Not as ongoing pain, but as a quiet presence. A hum in the background. A shift in the way we see the world, in the way we love, in the way we guard or soften or speak or stay silent. We think healing is something that happens in a moment. A breakthrough, a realization, a therapy session that changes everything. But healing, real healing, is cyclical. It returns in waves. It arrives disguised as anger, or fatigue, or longing. It shows up not as triumph, but as tenderness, as boundaries we couldn't set before, as tears that didn't have permission to fall, as truths we finally feel safe enough to name. Healing is not a destination, it's a relationship. With ourselves, with our pain, with the younger versions of us who still live inside. And that relationship is messy. It's not a straight line, it's a spiral. We revisit the same wounds again and again, but each time with a little more understanding, a little more compassion, a little less judgment. We begin to realize that healing is not about becoming someone new, but about reclaiming who we were before the world taught us to hide, before we swallowed our voice, before we dimmed our light, before we believed that pain made us unworthy. But even as we heal, the wound whispers. It reminds us of what we lost, of what was never given, of the moments we needed someone and were met with silence. And in those moments, we wonder, am I truly healing or just coping better? Am I growing or just surviving more quietly? And the truth is, both. Healing doesn't erase the history. It integrates it. It says, yes, this happened. Yes, it hurt. And yes, I can still live a full life with this truth in my chest. Healing is the art of carrying pain with grace, not pretending it never happened, but letting it shape us without hardening us. It's the moment we choose to stay open, even after betrayal, the moment we reach out even after abandonment, the moment we forgive ourselves for not knowing better, the moment we stop performing strength and allow ourselves to be seen in our softest form. But this paradox is difficult to accept because it means healing doesn't come with a guarantee of forgetting. It means the people who hurt us might never apologize. The closure we long for might never come. The justice we deserve might never be delivered. And yet, we heal anyway. Not because the world sets it right, but because we decide we are worth more than waiting. We stop living in reaction. We stop letting the wound define our value. We stop giving our past the power to dictate our future. And in that moment, healing becomes less about erasure and more about expansion. The wound doesn't vanish. It becomes a doorway, a threshold, a place through which something deeper enters. Empathy, wisdom, depth. We become more sensitive, not in weakness, but in presence. We see suffering differently. We hold space more generously. We recognize ourselves in others more clearly. And this too is healing, when the pain that once isolated us becomes the very thing that connects us. But even then, even with all that growth, the wound will still ache, some days more than others. Certain songs, smells, anniversaries, certain silences. The body remembers what the mind tries to forget. And when that memory surfaces, it can feel like a regression, like starting over. But it's not. It's a return to the part of you that still needs attention, still needs comfort, still needs to know that what happened matters, that it's okay to still feel it. Because healing doesn't mean never hurting again. It means no longer abandoning yourself. When you do, it means becoming the presence you needed back then. It means learning how to hold yourself with the tenderness you were denied. And in that holding, the wound softens. Not because it's gone, but because it's no longer untouchable. It becomes part of your story, not the headline. It stops being the defining chapter and becomes one of many. And this is where the paradox finds peace. The wound in healing doesn't disappear. It becomes meaningful. It becomes a source of insight, of art, of connection. Not in a romanticized way, not in the tired, everything happens for a reason narrative, but in the deeply human truth that from pain, beauty can grow. That from fracture, light can leak in. That from silence, a voice can rise. And still, we may wish it hadn't happened. We may carry grief for the version of ourselves that never got to live unbroken. That's okay. Healing doesn't require gratitude for the pain. It simply invites us not to live in its shadow. It says, you are not what happened to you. You are what you choose to become in the aftermath. You are the bridge between the ache and the aliveness. You are the keeper of stories, the bearer of scars, the builder of new beginnings. And yes, the wound still lives in you, but so does the healing. So does the courage. So does the soft, relentless will to keep becoming. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's what real healing is. Not a perfect ending, but an honest beginning. Not closure, but continuity. Not erasure, but embrace. A quiet, daily decision to carry the past with care and still choose life. Fully, fiercely, freely, the hope trap. Hope is supposed to be the light in the dark, the anchor in the storm, the thing that keeps us going when everything else falls apart. It is praised in poems, immortalized in speeches, stitched into every survival story as the force that never gave up. Hope is what we're told to hold on to, no matter what. And yet, beneath its golden glow lies a quieter, more complicated truth. That sometimes, hope doesn't free us. Sometimes, it traps us. Sometimes, the very thing we cling to becomes the thing that keeps us stuck. Waiting, wishing, surviving rather than living. This is the paradox of hope. It gives us strength, but it can also rob us of movement. It promises change, but it can delay acceptance. It whispers, "It'll get better," while the present slips through our fingers. And we listen, not because we're naive, but because we need to believe in something. Because the alternative, the admission that some things may never change, some people may never come back, some dreams may never arrive, is too heavy to carry alone. And so, we hope, quietly, desperately, sometimes unconsciously. We hope they'll change. We hope we'll finally be enough. We hope the pain will make sense. The struggle will pay off. The ending will justify the journey. We tell ourselves, just a little longer, just one more sign, just one more chance. And in doing so, we wait. We hold still. We keep ourselves small and quiet and suspended in possibility, not because we lack desire, but because hope paints the future so vividly that we begin to prefer the imagined what could be over the complicated what is. Hope becomes a lens through which we filter reality. We ignore red flags because we see potential. We delay difficult conversations because we believe in timing. We tolerate mistreatment because we believe in transformation. And we stay in places that hurt us, in relationships that diminish us, in versions of ourselves that no longer fit, because hope tells us that leaving would mean giving up, that releasing would mean failure, that letting go would mean we've lost faith. But faith in what? In change, in people, in timing, or in a fantasy that has become more comforting than truth. The trap of hope is that it's often indistinguishable from courage, from resilience, from loyalty. But real courage is not always about holding on. Sometimes it's about letting go. Sometimes the bravest thing we can do is stop waiting, stop hoping that something outside of us will change, and instead begin the slow, painful process of changing our relationship to what's already true. That doesn't mean we stop dreaming. It doesn't mean we become cynical or bitter or hardened. It means we learn to hope with boundaries, with clarity, with honesty. It means we learn to distinguish between the kind of hope that lifts us and the kind that cages us. Because not all hope is created equal. There's the kind of hope that roots us, that steadies us, that allows us to endure hardship because we trust there's a larger arc, a deeper meaning, a path still unfolding. But then there's the kind that bypasses the present. That promises peace without discomfort. That tells us everything will be fine if we just wait long enough, believe hard enough, endure without question. And that kind of hope can be dangerous. It can silence our instincts. It can make us second-guess our needs. It can keep us tolerating what we should be transforming. Hope, when left unexamined, can become a script, a loop, a story we replay that keeps us from acting. And the longer we stay in that loop, the more we confuse patience with passivity, optimism with avoidance, endurance with erasure. We tell ourselves we're being strong, but really, we're being silent. We tell ourselves we're staying hopeful, but really, we're afraid to grieve. Because to let go of hope feels like death. The death of a dream. The death of a version of the future we've held onto for so long, it's become part of our identity. And so we resist. We insist. We beg the universe for signs, for shifts, for saving. And in the meantime, life moves on. Opportunities pass. Selves decay. Joy becomes conditional, something we're only allowed to feel once the outcome arrives, once the ending is earned. But healing begins the moment we question the story, the moment we look at our hope and ask, is this keeping me alive or keeping me stuck? Is this helping me grow or helping me cope? Is this rooted in love or in fear? And those answers aren't always clear. They're tangled in history, in trauma, in longing. But asking the question matters because it cracks the trance. It opens the possibility that maybe we don't need to keep waiting. Maybe we don't need to keep sacrificing our presence for the promise of a future that may never come. Maybe we can begin to build a life that doesn't depend on a single outcome. That honors what we've hoped for, but also honors what's true. The hardest part of leaving the hope trap is grieving what might have been, the conversation that could have saved it, the person they might have become, the dream that almost happened. But grief, though brutal, is clarifying. It returns us to reality. It grounds us in the present. It makes room for new possibilities, ones not tied to fantasy, but to truth. And from that truth, a different kind of hope emerges. One that's not about control, but connection. One that's not about predicting outcomes, but trusting ourselves. One that says, even if it doesn't happen, I will still be okay. Even if they don't come back, I can still choose love. Even if I have to let go, I can still begin again. This hope is quieter, less cinematic, but it's sturdier, more honest, more human. And it doesn't keep us waiting. It invites us to move, to risk, to rebuild, to stop surviving for someday and start living for today. And maybe that's the real miracle. Not that everything works out, but that we find a way to keep becoming anyway. That we find light not just at the end of the tunnel, but inside the tunnel. That we stop holding our breath and finally exhale. Finally grieve. Finally step into a life that doesn't need to be perfect to be beautiful. Finally accept that letting go of hope isn't failure, it's freedom. The authenticity spiral. We're told to be authentic, to be ourselves, to speak our truth, own our voice, embrace our uniqueness. Authenticity is framed as liberation, as the highest form of living, as the path to connection and fulfillment. But rarely do we speak of what happens after we begin that journey, after we decide to stop performing, stop pleasing, stop shape-shifting to meet others' expectations. Because authenticity isn't a door you walk through once. It's a spiral, a looping, dizzying, beautiful and brutal process that never really ends. You peel back a layer, speak a truth, show a part of yourself you once kept hidden. And for a moment, there's relief, a breath, a sense of alignment, a recognition that maybe for the first time, you're not pretending. You're not accommodating. You're simply existing in your rawest form. But then the world reacts. Sometimes with warmth, sometimes with confusion, sometimes with silence. And you begin to wonder, was it too much? Did I go too far? Am I still safe? The spiral begins. You question what felt so certain. You pull back, retreat inward, doubt yourself. You replay the moment in your mind, dissecting every word, every glance, every pause in the conversation. And then, eventually you try again, you risk again, you speak again, you step forward, even as fear lingers. And again, you circle through exposure, doubt, retraction, and return. This is the authenticity spiral, not because you're doing it wrong, but because this is what it means to unlearn a lifetime of adaptation, a lifetime of internal negotiations, a lifetime of molding yourself to fit into molds you didn't choose. Most of us were not raised in environments that celebrated raw truth. We were taught to behave, to blend in, to manage others' comfort, to be agreeable, to be impressive, to be acceptable. And so we learned to wear masks. Some of them became so fused to our identity that we forgot they were masks at all. We called them personalities, roles, values. But underneath, the self waited, the parts we tucked away, the things we felt too deeply, the beliefs we feared would push people away, the desires we labeled selfish or strange. And when we finally begin the work of reclaiming that self, we expect clarity. But what we find is contradiction, complexity, vulnerability. We find old wounds we never acknowledged. We find parts of ourselves that scare us. We find versions of ourselves we don't yet know how to integrate. Because authenticity isn't just about expression, it's about exposure. It's about being seen in your entirety and not knowing how others will respond. It's about realizing that not everyone will celebrate the real you, and that some will leave. Some will criticize. Some will try to reshape you back into what makes them comfortable. And in those moments, the spiral tightens. You begin to bargain with yourself. Maybe I don't need to be that honest. Maybe it's safer to stay quiet. Maybe I can be real in private and palatable in public. Maybe I can drip feed my truth in digestible pieces so I don't overwhelm. But that tension grows. The more you split yourself, the more misaligned you feel. The more you perform, the more you ache. The more you hide, the more distant life becomes. Because something in you knows the cost of abandoning yourself. You've paid it before. In burnout, in resentment, in the quiet grief of a life lived half alive. You felt the dull ache of disconnect, not just from others, but from yourself. So you return to the spiral, not with perfection, but with commitment. You learn to tolerate discomfort. You learn to speak even when your voice shakes. You learn to let the fallout happen and survive it. You begin to trust that the ground won't always fall out from under you, and even when it does, you realize you know how to land. You realize that authenticity isn't about being liked, it's about being whole. And wholeness requires loss, the loss of approval, the loss of performance, the loss of who you thought you had to be. And that grief is real. We grieve the versions of us that made others happy, the roles that gave us safety, the personas that earned us belonging. We grieve the illusions of control we held through compliance. We grieve the relationships that cannot withstand the real us. And as we grieve, we spiral, inward, downward, deeper, but not into despair, into truth, into alignment, into the quiet power that comes from no longer needing to pretend, no longer needing to please at the cost of peace. And yet, even here, the spiral continues. Because new levels of self bring new edges, new spaces to risk, new truths to name. You think you've arrived, only to discover another layer, another mask, another place where fear still lingers. And that's not failure, that's growth. That's what it means to be alive and evolving. Authenticity is not a destination, it's a practice, a rhythm, a willingness to keep returning to yourself, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard, because authenticity isn't just about showing up as yourself. It's about staying with yourself when things get complicated, when you disappoint others, when you make mistakes, when you outgrow relationships, when the mirror shows you not only your brilliance, but your shadow. And in those moments, the temptation to retreat is strong, to go back to what's easier, to resume the role, the silence, the mask. But you've seen too much. You've felt the difference between performance and presence, between being admired and being known, between applause and alignment. And once you taste that kind of aliveness, it's hard to go back. So you keep spiraling, not upward or downward, but inward, each loop bringing you closer to the center of who you are, each loop stripping away what isn't true, each loop deepening your capacity to be seen, to stay, to soften. You become more intimate with your own complexity, more fluent in the language of your emotions, more skilled at standing still inside discomfort. And what begins to emerge in that spiral is not just authenticity, but integration, the weaving together of all your parts, the ones you're proud of, the ones you're still learning to love, the ones that broke, the ones that bloomed. You stop compartmentalizing, you stop editing, you stop splitting into fragments. You let your contradictions coexist. You let your truths unfold without needing them to be perfect. And in that integration, something sacred happens. You become trustworthy to yourself. You know you won't abandon yourself again. You know you can hold your truth, even when others can't. You know you can stay real, even when it costs you something, even when it makes you feel raw and exposed. And that is the freedom authenticity offers, not a life without conflict, but a life without betrayal, a life where your inner and outer selves finally begin to match, where your no means no, where your yes is wholehearted, where your silence is not fear, but choice, where your vulnerability becomes strength, not liability. And yes, it's still hard. People may not understand. Some will leave. Some will judge. Some will misinterpret your truth through the lens of their fear. But the ones who stay, the ones who meet you in your truth, will love you more deeply than anyone ever loved your performance. They'll recognize you not because you're perfect, but because you're real. And that love will feel like home. Not because it's effortless, but because it's earned. Not because it's constant, but because it's true. And in that home, you'll find yourself, again and again, spiraling, expanding, becoming, not once, but continuously, because the self is not a fixed point, but a living, breathing process, and authenticity is not a finish line, it's a lifelong reunion. One you commit to with each breath, each truth, each risk, each return, the familiar pain preference. Pain is not always the enemy. Sometimes it's a companion, a strange, persistent one, familiar, predictable, almost comforting in its consistency. And while no one claims to want pain, the truth is far more complicated. Because when given the choice between unfamiliar healing and familiar hurting, many people, consciously or not, choose the hurt. Not because they enjoy suffering, but because they've adapted to it. They've learned its rhythms. They know its rules. This is the paradox of the familiar pain preference. The idea that human beings, when faced with the uncertainty of something new, will often cling to what's broken simply because it's known. We stay in toxic relationships because we know how they operate. We hold on to limiting beliefs because they've kept us safe. We repeat self-destructive patterns not because we're weak, but because we don't yet trust the unknown safety of change. There is an invisible comfort in predictability, even when that predictability hurts. Pain that we understand feels safer than joy we've never tasted, because joy asks us to expand, to receive, to risk, and expansion feels like exposure. It's unfamiliar, uncharted, vulnerable, but pain, especially pain we've known for a long time, has structure. It tells us who we are. It gives us identity. The girl who never gets chosen, the boy who always has to be strong, the adult who's always almost enough. These identities become anchors. They shape how we navigate the world, and when we try to step outside of them, we feel disoriented, unmoored. Who am I if I'm not suffering? Who am I if I'm not hustling for worth? Who am I if I don't have a wound to tend to? Healing then becomes more than just relief. It becomes an existential threat. Because healing demands we release what we've built entire selves around. It asks us to leave the cave of familiarity and step into the light of possibility. And light, though beautiful, is also revealing. It shows us where we've been small, where we've lied to ourselves, where we've sabotaged what we say we want. And that kind of confrontation is terrifying. It requires grief for the years spent surviving instead of thriving, for the people we couldn't save, for the versions of ourselves we buried to belong. And so we hesitate. We say we want change, but secretly we wait for proof it'll be painless. We say we want love, but choose partners who reinforce our unworthiness. We say we want peace, but recreate chaos because silence feels foreign. We mistake stillness for danger. We confuse unfamiliar with unsafe, and in doing so, we loop. We return to the pain, not because it's better, but because it's known. The nervous system, trained by trauma or long-term stress, mistakes that familiarity for safety. It flinches at joy, softens to sorrow, and until we retrain it, until we unlearn the code, we will keep calling pain home. This doesn't make us broken, it makes us human. We are wired for repetition, for meaning, for narrative coherence, and familiar pain offers all of that. It fits the story, the one we've been telling ourselves for years. This is just how life is. I don't get to be happy. Love always leaves. These scripts are comfortable, not because they're true, but because they've been rehearsed so many times they've become default. And changing them requires interrupting a pattern that has governed our inner world for so long we forgot it was a choice. So how do we step out? How do we choose the unknown over the known, even when the known hurts? First, we name the loop. We bring it into awareness. We stop calling pain destiny and start calling it conditioning. We ask ourselves, when did I first learn that suffering was normal? Who taught me that love meant sacrifice? That safety meant silence? That being seen meant being judged? And then, we grieve. We grieve not just the pain itself, but the years spent normalizing it. We grieve the relationships we stayed in too long. The dreams we never pursued. The self we never let breathe. And in that grief, something shifts. Not all at once, not magically, but gradually. We begin to question the voice that says, "You don't deserve better." We begin to sit with discomfort without interpreting it as danger. We begin to build new neural pathways, not just through insight, but through action. Saying no when we used to say yes, resting when we used to push, staying when we used to run, running when we used to stay. And yes, it's hard. The body will protest, the mind will doubt, the old stories will resurface. But with repetition, the new becomes familiar, the unfamiliar becomes known. The safety once found in pain is slowly replaced by the safety of peace. And we learn that we don't have to earn ease through suffering, that love doesn't have to hurt to be real, that growth doesn't require self-abandonment, that being whole doesn't mean being perfect, it means being present. And presence, in its purest form, allows us to experience life outside of the loop, to feel without bracing, to choose without apologizing, to belong without performing. But the familiar pain will call us back. In moments of stress, of vulnerability, of uncertainty, it will whisper, "You know how to survive here. Why risk the unknown?" And we must answer, "Because I am no longer just surviving, I am living." And in that answer, we reclaim something sacred, agency. We remember that we are not bound by our beginnings, that what was once adaptive is now optional, that we get to choose again, not once, but every day. Every moment we feel the pull of the old pain, we have a choice to spiral back into it or to step, even trembling, into something new. And over time, those steps become strides. Those strides become paths. And the path becomes a life. Not free from pain, but free from preference for pain. A life where suffering is no longer mistaken for love, where chaos is no longer confused with passion, where we can finally rest, not because everything is perfect, but because we are no longer ruled by what's familiar. We are led by what's true, the success, silence paradox. Success is supposed to be the climax, the moment when all the struggle, sacrifice, and sleepless nights finally pay off. It's sold to us as the solution, the resolution, the applause at the end of the performance. We imagine that once we arrive, once the goal is met, the title earned, the dream realized, everything will shift. The noise of self-doubt will fade. The room will fill with affirmation, and those who once overlooked us will turn around in admiration. But when success finally comes, many people don't hear cheering. They hear silence. Not because they failed, but because the world doesn't respond the way they imagined. The people they thought would celebrate them disappear. The validation they expected doesn't land the way it was supposed to. And the inner emptiness they thought achievement would cure, it lingers. This is the success silence paradox. The realization that success, far from filling the void, often makes it louder. That reaching the summit doesn't always bring company, but sometimes reveals how alone you truly are. We spend so much of our lives striving, fighting to prove, to improve, to belong. We tell ourselves, once I get there, then I'll be at peace, then I'll feel seen. But when we arrive, the moment is quieter than expected. The applause is fleeting. The email inbox stays mostly the same. The people who once doubted you don't necessarily congratulate you. Some grow distant, some grow resentful, some stay silent, not out of malice, but out of discomfort. Because your success becomes a mirror, it reflects back their own hesitations, regrets, stagnations. And not everyone can look into that mirror without flinching. And so, strangely, You may find yourself more isolated after succeeding than you ever were while striving. You may find it harder to speak about your wins than your struggles, because struggle is relatable, it connects, it elicits support. But success, it can trigger envy, discomfort, dismissiveness, and so you downplay, you shrink. You edit your joy to make others comfortable. You stop talking about what you've built, how far you've come, what you're proud of. You carry your accomplishments like a secret, something too fragile or too dangerous to fully share. And that secrecy breeds loneliness. Because what good is reaching the mountaintop if you have no one to breathe the air with? What good is building a life you once only dreamed of if you're too afraid to live in it fully? And worse, if the dream no longer fits. Because here's another hidden layer of the paradox. Sometimes when we arrive, we realize we climbed the wrong mountain. That the version of success we chased was built on someone else's blueprint. That the accolades we earned don't align with who we've become. That we sacrifice parts of ourselves we now miss deeply. And so, in the silence, another sound rises. The quiet ache of disconnection. From others, from meaning, from self. Success, if pursued unconsciously, can become a costume. Something we wear rather than embody. Something that looks good on the outside but itches underneath. And taking it off feels dangerous. Who am I without this title? Without this role? Without this identity I worked so hard to construct? And so we keep wearing it, keep smiling, keep showing up. Even when the joy has dulled, even when the applause feels hollow, even when we feel more seen for our output than for our humanity. And yet, we don't talk about this, because it feels ungrateful, because others would trade places in a second, because we're supposed to be happy now, and that supposed to becomes another cage, another reason to stay silent, another story we tell ourselves to avoid the deeper truth, that success doesn't guarantee belonging. It doesn't erase loneliness. It doesn't always bring peace. Sometimes it intensifies the questions. Sometimes it isolates more than it connects. And sometimes it forces us to confront what we've ignored for years. Our need for authenticity, for intimacy, for alignment. So what do we do with that silence? With the echo of a victory that no one clapped for? We begin by listening. Not to the noise of others' expectations, but to the quiet voice within. The one asking, did I do this for them or for me? Is this success or is this performance? Do I feel expanded by this life or compressed by it? These questions are hard. They threaten stability. They challenge identity, but they are necessary. Because true success, real, soul-aligned success, isn't measured in metrics, but in meaning. In whether we can wake up and look in the mirror without pretending. In whether we can speak our truth without apologizing. In whether we can celebrate ourselves even when no one else does. And when we begin to redefine success on those terms, the silence becomes less suffocating. It becomes space. Space to breathe, to reflect, to recalibrate, to return. We realize that the applause was never the goal, that the title was never the truth, that the only validation that really matters is the one we give ourselves. And from that place, we can begin again, not to chase, but to choose, not to prove, but to live. We can create from desire instead of desperation. We can succeed without shrinking. We can speak without shame. And slowly, the silence shifts. It becomes music, a rhythm, a new story. One where success is not the absence of struggle, but the presence of self. One where we are no longer waiting for the world to clap, but learning to dance without it. One where we know that success is not a single destination, but a landscape we're allowed to shape in our image. Where every accomplishment is an invitation to pause, not just to celebrate, but to ask, is this still me? Do I still feel alive here? And if the answer is no, we allow ourselves to pivot, to evolve, to shift the metrics, to walk away, not because we failed, but because we grew, because we dared to listen to something deeper than praise, our own pulse. In this way, success becomes an ever-unfolding conversation. One that includes rest and redefinition. One that honors not just the product, but the process. Not just the spotlight, but the solitude. And in that solitude, we find new strength. new dreams, new ways of being that don't demand applause to feel worthy. Just breath, just truth, just the quiet, sacred knowing that we are enough, still climbing, still changing, still choosing, on our own terms. The observer's prison. There's a strange kind of prison no one talks about, one without bars, without guards, without visible boundaries, and yet it holds us tighter than steel. It's not built by governments or systems, but by our own minds. It's not enforced by external authority, but maintained through constant internal observation. This is the observer's prison, the state in which we become so acutely self-aware, so perpetually watchful of ourselves, that we forget how to simply be, to move without narrative, to feel without analysis, to act without immediately evaluating our own performance from some imagined, invisible audience. We become both the actor and the critic, the speaker and the transcriber, the one who lives and the one who watches the living. And in that split, something breaks. Not violently, not dramatically, but quietly, gradually. A slow erosion of spontaneity, a dulling of instinct, a second guessing that grows louder with each year. At first, self-awareness is a gift. It lets us reflect. It helps us improve. It makes us kinder, more conscious, more intentional. But without balance, without release, it mutates, it sharpens, it turns every moment into a mirror and every thought into a judgment. We begin narrating our own lives, not as participants, but as documentarians. How did that look? What will they think? Was that the right tone? Do I sound confident? Am I too much? Not enough? And all of this happens not once in a while, but constantly. It becomes the default state. And the more intelligent, the more sensitive, the more perceptive we are, the more intense the surveillance becomes. We start catching ourselves mid-feeling. We anticipate not just how others might respond, but how we ourselves might look back at this version of us. We develop a kind of inner future audience. We imagine ourselves remembered. We hear echoes of our own thoughts in the voice of someone else. And in doing so, we stop living in the moment, not because we're distracted, but because we're preoccupied with recording. We are always aware, always observing. And in that constant observation, we lose something sacred. Presence. Not the fashionable kind of presence sold in mindfulness apps, but the raw, immersive presence that animals have, that children have. The kind that doesn't yet ask, "Who am I while doing this?" but simply does. The kind that doesn't filter joy through dignity or grief through shame. The kind that doesn't know what it looks like and doesn't care. But somewhere along the line, we lost that. We learned to see ourselves from the outside, to anticipate reactions, to adjust, and at first, it seemed like adaptation, like maturity, but it became more than that. It became identity. And that identity is performative. It's carefully managed. It doesn't erupt. It hesitates. It doesn't collapse. It composes. And this performance isn't just for others. It's for ourselves. Because we don't trust who we are without the script, without the observer, without the internal witness keeping us in check. And yet, this vigilance is exhausting. It's not the exhaustion of action, but of containment, of living inside your own head with no off switch, of replaying conversations long after they end, of preparing for judgment even in solitude, of watching yourself try to relax and judging how well you're doing it. This is not introspection, it's incarceration, because introspection, at its best, leads to compassion, to clarity, to integration. But surveillance leads to paralysis, to hesitation, to disembodiment. You start living slightly above yourself, hovering, narrating, never quite inside the experience. And that distance, though subtle, is everything. It's the difference between joy and analysis of joy, between dancing and wondering how you look while dancing, between speaking and editing as you speak. And the longer we stay in this observer mode, the more we forget what freedom feels like. We become addicted to control, addicted to understanding ourselves, addicted to catching ourselves mid-thought, mid-emotion, mid-action. We call it awareness. We call it growth. But sometimes it's a cage. Because true growth also includes forgetting yourself, getting lost, getting messy, saying the wrong thing, laughing too loud, crying in public, and not caring who's watching, not even your inner watcher. But for many of us, that watcher never sleeps. It's been with us since childhood, since we were first told to behave, to be good, to smile politely, to stop crying, to sit still. It learned early that being watched meant being safe, that pleasing meant belonging, that controlling emotion meant avoiding punishment. And now, even when the threat is gone, the watcher remains. It wears our voice, it wears our face. It sounds like responsibility, like maturity, like wisdom. But it's fear dressed up as discipline. And it whispers, don't embarrass yourself, don't get too excited, don't take up too much space, don't trust your instincts, they're too wild, too risky, too raw. And so we shrink, we shapeshift, we measure every move. We become the kind of person who's always composed, always rational, always fine. And we call it strength. But it's armor. It's not wholeness. It's performance. And performances, no matter how convincing, are lonely. Because no one applauds when you're just trying to get through the day. No one sees the effort it takes to appear calm when you're crumbling. No one notices the strain of holding your breath while smiling. And after a while, you start to forget that there's even another version of you. One that doesn't perform, one that doesn't observe, one that just exists. And that forgetting is the real tragedy. Because that self, the unobserved self, is still in there, waiting, beneath the roles, beneath the vigilance, beneath the surveillance. It's the self that laughs without worrying about how it sounds, the self that speaks before the thought is fully formed, the self that dances when no music is playing, the self that doesn't yet know it's being watched, and so lives fully, freely, wildly. And the only way to reach that self again is to risk silence. Not external silence, but internal. To stop narrating, to stop analyzing, to stop translating every experience into language and just feel it. Just be in it. To stop asking, how do I look doing this? And start asking, how does this feel? It's a shift so subtle that most miss it. But it changes everything. Because when you stop observing, you start experiencing. You return to the body, to breath, to now. And yes, it's terrifying. Because without the observer, there is no one to protect you, no one to filter, no one to warn. But there's also no one to limit you, no one to restrain joy, no one to second-guess love, no one to mute the music. And in that freedom, life becomes vivid again. Not perfect, not painless, but real, tangible, felt. And that, more than anything, is what we're all craving. Not to be seen, but to be felt. To live not as a reflection, but as a force. Not as a character, but as a presence. Not as someone performing for an internal audience, but as someone fully here, now, in this breath, in this skin, in this moment. The observer's prison can't be escaped by force. It's not about smashing the mirror. It's about softening your gaze, about returning gently to yourself, about remembering that you were never meant to watch your life. You were meant to live it. The emotional armor paradox. We learn to protect ourselves long before we know what we're protecting ourselves from. A look, a silence, a harsh word, a withheld hand. These are the early architects of our armor. Before we even have the language to describe betrayal or disappointment or abandonment, we begin to build barriers around the most tender parts of us. Not because we are weak, but because we are wise. Because the body remembers what the mind cannot yet explain. And so we shield, we numb, we hide. This is the beginning of the emotional armor paradox. The quiet, unconscious decision to trade vulnerability for safety, openness for self-preservation, truth for peace. At first, it's not even a decision. It's instinct, a subtle internal shift. A quiet voice that says, that hurt. Let's not let that happen again. And so, we become careful, cautious, strategic. We laugh a little less freely. We speak a little more selectively. We love a little more slowly. or perhaps not, at all. We rehearse what we say before we say it. We scan every interaction for risk. We stay alert for changes in tone, temperature, distance. The body becomes a radar, always tracking, always defending. And the world calls us strong. It praises our composure, our independence, our emotional control. But what the world sees as resilience is often just protection. Not healing, but hiding. Not peace, but paralysis. Because the truth is, emotional armor doesn't just keep pain out, it keeps everything out. Joy, intimacy, spontaneity, wonder, all muffled beneath the heavy layers of defense. We no longer cry in front of others. We hesitate to ask for help. We dismiss compliments. We deflect affection. We apologize for our needs before we even name them, and we call it humility, or maturity, or wisdom. But it's fear. Fear dressed up in the language of survival. And it makes sense. We built this armor for a reason. It kept us safe. It helped us function. It allowed us to navigate a world that often felt unsafe, unstable, unkind. It was our lifeboat in stormy waters. But the paradox is this: the very armor that once saved us begins, over time, to suffocate us. It limits connection. It stifles expression. It isolates us from the very things we most deeply desire: to be seen, to be known, to be loved. We long for closeness, but our armor repels it. We yearn to be understood, but our silence prevents it. We ache to be held, but we refuse to be vulnerable enough to ask. And so, we remain alone, not because others are unwilling, but because we are unreadable, impenetrable. We wear our strength like a mask, but beneath it, we are exhausted. Not from feeling too much, but from pretending to feel nothing at all. And the longer we wear the armor, the harder it becomes to remember what life felt like without it. We forget the texture of unfiltered joy, the electricity of real intimacy, the sweetness of being open and unafraid. We begin to fear our own depth, because to take off the armor now would mean facing everything it was built to protect us from. The childhood wounds, the heartbreaks, the rejections, the betrayals, the moments we decided it wasn't safe to be ourselves. And that confrontation feels unbearable, so we don't go there. We stay armored. We become professionals at coping, at appearing fine, at functioning through the fog. We earn degrees, hold jobs, raise children, lead meetings, smile in photos. But inside, something stays guarded, and we call that strength. But real strength is not the refusal to feel. It's the capacity to feel without unraveling. It's the ability to hold grief without collapsing, to touch joy without guilt, to speak truth without apology. And that kind of strength can only be cultivated when the armor comes off. Not all at once, not recklessly, but slowly, intentionally, with tenderness. Because the armor didn't appear overnight. It was built, layer by layer, moment by moment. And it must be dismantled with the same care. It begins with noticing, with becoming aware of when we shut down, when we retreat, when we say, "I'm fine," and we're anything but. It begins with curiosity. What am I afraid will happen if I let them see this part of me? What am I protecting by staying silent? What would it mean to be fully seen? And then it moves to courage. The courage to tell the truth, to cry in front of someone, to say, "I need you," to admit, "That hurt," to whisper, "I'm scared," to stand in front of a mirror and not look away. And in those moments, something extraordinary happens. We don't break, we soften, we don't fall apart, we expand. We realize that vulnerability isn't weakness, it's the doorway to real connection, to real love, to real freedom. And we learn that while armor may keep us safe, it also keeps us separate. And separation, over time, becomes its own kind of suffering. A quiet ache, a longing we can't quite name. A sense that life is happening just outside the walls we've built, that we're watching but not participating, that we're surviving but not living. But those walls can come down, brick by brick, story by story, layer by layer, with every honest conversation, every shared tear, every moment of stillness where we let ourselves just feel. And underneath, we find a self we thought was lost, a self that still feels deeply, that still wants to be touched, that still believes in love, that still hopes, and that self is not broken. It is not weak. It is not too much. It is alive. It is human, and it is worthy, not despite its wounds, but because of them. Because the places we hurt are also the places we care. The places we protect are the places we love. And if we can learn to hold those places gently, to tend to them instead of defending them, we begin to heal. Not by forgetting the past, but by rewriting its narrative, by saying, yes, that happened, yes, it hurt, but I am still here, and I am still open. And in that openness, we find each other. We recognize the shared ache. We see ourselves in each other's stories, and we realize that we were never alone, not really. Just armored, just afraid, just waiting for someone else to take off their armor first. But maybe we don't have to wait. Maybe we can be the ones, the first to soften, the first to speak, the first to reach out. Not because it's easy, but because it's real. And real is what we've been craving all along. Not perfection, not protection, just truth, just presence, just the courage to feel and to let others feel us back. The inner child rebellion. We like to think we've outgrown our childhood selves, that with age and logic and responsibility, we've left behind the softness, the questions, the needs, the wild imaginings of the little ones we once were. We build lives made of adult things, appointments, deadlines, performance reviews, mortgage payments, stability, routine, and in that construction, we bury the voices of the children we used to be. The ones who asked too many questions, who cried too loudly, who wanted too much, who believed too easily, who laughed without restraint and trusted without evidence. We call it growing up. We call it maturity. But often, what we really mean is suppression, dismissal, abandonment of the inner child who once lived openly, vulnerably, and without a mask. And for a while, this works. We adapt. We armor up. We become competent, composed, productive. We earn praise for being rational, responsible, even resilient. But deep beneath the surface, that child doesn't disappear. They don't die. They wait, in the quiet, in the pause between conversations, in the dreams we no longer remember, in the irrational reactions we don't understand, in the ache that rises for no apparent reason, in the moments of panic that don't match the trigger. They wait, not to be rescued, but to be remembered. And when they are ignored for too long, when their voice has been silenced for decades, they do what all neglected things eventually do. They rebel. This is the inner child rebellion. Not a tantrum, not a regression, but a quiet, existential uprising from the parts of us that never stopped needing what they never received. It's the sudden collapse after years of holding it together. The inexplicable rage that erupts in situations that shouldn't hurt so much. The unbearable grief over something seemingly small. The fear of abandonment that flares in intimacy. The resistance to authority, even when it's our own. The exhaustion that can't be explained by physical fatigue. The apathy that conceals a deep longing. We don't recognize it at first. We call it anxiety, burnout, depression. We say, I don't know why I'm like this. But deep down, the child knows. They remember. They remember every time they were told to stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. Every time their joy was met with irritation. Every time their curiosity was punished. Every time they were told to be good when what they really needed was to be understood. Every time they felt invisible, in the way, too much, not enough. Every time they learned that love had to be earned and that safety was conditional. And those memories don't fade. They live in the body, in the clenched jaw, in the shallow breath, in the stomach that tightens when someone raises their voice, in the throat that closes when we try to speak a difficult truth, in the urge to run when someone gets too close. And when we don't acknowledge them, don't honor them, those feelings intensify. They become patterns, triggers, self-sabotage, and suddenly we find ourselves stuck, aching for something we can't name, sabotaging things we actually want, distrusting people who care, seeking love in places that hurt, staying busy, so we don't have to feel, because the inner child isn't trying to ruin our lives. They're trying to get our attention. They're trying to be seen, to be held, to be heard, maybe for the first time. And the rebellion isn't against the world. It's against the parts of us that tried to forget, that tried to get over it, that tried to build a life without tending to the foundation. The rebellion says, you can't move forward without looking back. You can't build trust if the part of you that was betrayed still feels alone. You can't offer love to others if the child in you still believes love is conditional. You can't truly feel free if a part of you still feels trapped in the emotional shadows of your youth. And so we are called, not to regress, but to reconnect. Not to become children again, but to honor the ones we once were. To go back, gently, and listen. What did they want? What did they fear? What did they never get to say? What beliefs did they internalize about their worth, their voice, their place in the world? And when we listen, really listen, something sacred happens. The rebellion softens, the tantrum quiets, the ache begins to shift. Not because the pain is gone, but because it's finally shared, finally witnessed, finally held by the adult we've become. And in that meeting of past and present, of child and adult, a new kind of integration begins. One where strength includes softness, one where discipline includes compassion, one where responsibility includes rest, one where we no longer shame the parts of us that feel too much. Because now we understand. Those feelings were never too much. They were the exact right response to a world that didn't know how to hold us. And now, as adults, it's our turn to learn, to parent ourselves, to create the safety we never had, to offer the words we never heard. You're not too much. You're not a burden. You're not wrong for feeling this. And this isn't easy. It requires unlearning decades of conditioning. It requires sitting with emotions we've spent years avoiding. It requires grieving the childhood we didn't get, not to dwell, but to free ourselves, to stop living as if the wound is still open, to stop expecting the world to finally give us what it never could, because healing the inner child isn't about waiting for an apology from the past. It's about becoming the apology, becoming the presence we needed, becoming the voice that says, I see you, I believe you, I'm here now, and I won't leave. And from that place, the rebellion transforms. It becomes creativity, sensitivity, intuition, depth. All the qualities we once suppressed come forward, not as threats, but as gifts. We become more whole, more alive, more honest, not perfect, not finished, but free. Free to feel, free to speak, free to rest, free to want, free to say no without guilt, free to play without shame, free to love without conditions. And in that freedom, we meet others differently. We parent differently. We partner differently. We stop repeating cycles. We stop passing down pain. We stop building lives that look good but feel empty. And we begin building lives that feel like home. Not just for the adult we are, but for the child we once were. The one who never stopped believing that life could be safe, that love could be kind, that they were worthy, not because of what they did, but because of who they were. And they were right. They always were. And now, finally, we are ready to believe them. The freedom-fear fusion. We say we want freedom. We speak of it in poems, fight for it in revolutions, frame it as the highest ideal of human existence. Freedom of thought, freedom of movement, freedom of expression, freedom to choose, to create, to become. It is the word we wrap around longing, around identity, around dignity. We tattoo it on our skin, embed it in our national anthems, teach it to children as a sacred inheritance. We romanticize it in stories, place it on pedestals, speak its name, as though it alone can save us. And yet, when we stand on the edge of actual freedom, when the noise quiets and the constraints fall away, something unexpected happens. Our feet hesitate, our breath shortens. A quiet panic stirs, not because someone is holding us back, but because no one is. Because the gate we spent our lives rattling is suddenly wide open, and we are the only ones standing between where we are and where we could be. There are no instructions now, no scripts, no maps, just space, possibility, and the terrifying responsibility that comes with it. Because to be free is not just to be unshackled, it is to be responsible, deeply, wholly responsible, for our choices, our directions, our meanings, our consequences. This is the fusion of freedom and fear, the haunting truth that we often fear the very liberation we've spent our lives chasing. Not because we don't want it, but because we know what it demands of us. Chains are heavy, yes, but they're familiar. They define the perimeter. They give us something to push against, to blame, to orient ourselves around. They tell us who we are not, what is forbidden, what is expected. But freedom removes the wall, and with it, removes the certainty. Freedom turns the world into an open field and hands us a pen. Now write. But write what? About what? Who teaches us how? To craft a life from scratch? Who shows us how to stand in a moment that hasn't been pre-written, pre-approved, predefined? We were not taught how to choose. We were taught how to follow, how to comply, how to perform well within the structure. We were given scripts and roles and expectations. We were told to behave, to aim high, but within boundaries. Even our dreams came with disclaimers. So even when we resisted, when we rebelled or walked away or stepped out of line, we were still playing within the frame, because the frame gave shape to our lives. It gave us a story, even if it wasn't our own. And when it's gone, when we finally leave the relationship, escape the job, move away from the familiar town, shed the beliefs that confined us, we find ourselves floating in an unfamiliar expanse. No tether, no guide, just silence. And in that silence, fear creeps in. Quiet, invisible, but sharp. Because freedom requires authorship. It requires us to build a life without a blueprint, to write our own definitions of love, success, belonging, truth, to take risks without guarantees, to make decisions that no one else will validate, to be wrong, to be unsure, to fail without excuse, and to stand back up again, knowing there is no authority to grant us permission, only our own will. And that kind of responsibility is not gentle. It's not a light we carry. It's a fire, a heat that exposes everything we once buried in obedience, everything we postponed until we figured it out. And now there's nothing left to postpone with, no one left to ask, no final test to pass, just us. And the terrifying realization that if we are to live a meaningful life, it will have to be of our own making. And for many, that weight is too much. So they return to structure, to the known, to the rhythm they once swore they'd outgrow. We see it all the time, in people who sabotage their own success, in artists who stop creating when their work is finally seen, in lovers who disappear just as intimacy grows real, in dreamers who abandon the dream when it gets close enough to touch, not because they are weak, but because they are terrified, not of confinement, but of flight, not of being small, but of being seen. Because with freedom comes exposure, radical, sometimes unbearable exposure. There is no one left to hide behind, no system to curse, no parent to perform for, no partner to defer to. You become the center of your own story. And if it falters, if it stumbles, if it empties, you are the one who must sit in the silence. That level of accountability is both liberating and excruciating. And that's why so many people, though they say they want freedom, keep themselves entangled in relationships that shrink them, in jobs that deaden them, in belief systems that no longer fit. They remain not because they're lazy, but because those limitations, however stifling, feel like scaffolding, like a container, something to lean against in a world that otherwise feels too vast. It goes deeper still. Some of us grew up equating freedom not with joy but with danger. Freedom meant no one watching, no one caring, no one catching you when you fell. Freedom was neglect. It was absence. It was silence in the face of need. So we learned to equate structure with love, rules with protection, limitation with care. And now, when life opens its doors, when we are finally invited to live on our own terms, our bodies remember the old fear, the unguarded sky, the open hand that never came, the loneliness that echoed louder than any punishment ever could. And so, we shrink. We busy ourselves with plans. We over-prepare, over-analyze, over-commit, anything to avoid the confrontation, with choice. We procrastinate, not because we don't care, but because we're afraid of what action might reveal. Afraid of stepping into the unknown and realizing we don't know who we are there. We tell ourselves stories about timing, about luck, about needing more clarity. But under all of it, what we fear is not failure, but freedom itself. Because aliveness is not tidy, it is not safe, it is not contained. Aliveness is chaos, it's movement, it's stepping forward without certainty. It's joy that surprises us, grief that breaks us, connection that undoes our careful boundaries, and freedom is the doorway to all of it. But to walk through that doorway, we must be willing to feel, to be seen, to make mistakes, to belong to ourselves, even when no one else approves, and that fear never fully leaves. It walks beside freedom, always. They are companions. One opens the door, the other asks, "Are you ready to walk through it?" And maybe the answer isn't a perfect yes. Maybe it's not yet. But not yet can still be a beginning. Maybe we don't have to leap. Maybe we can inch. Maybe freedom is not a cliff to jump from, but a clearing we grow into. A gradual widening of what we can hold, of what we can risk, of how much unknown we can tolerate before retreating. Maybe freedom is not about fearlessness, but about trust. Trust in ourselves, in our ability to choose, to adapt, to repair, to return. Maybe fear isn't a sign we should stop. Maybe it's a sign that we're on the edge of something real, something that isn't scripted, something that isn't controlled, something that wasn't handed to us but created within us. And in that space, we begin again. Not as people chasing freedom, but as people slowly learning to embody it, to rest without guilt, to speak without shrinking, to move without apologizing, to love without bargaining, to be who we already are, without asking for permission. And yes, it's scary. It will always be scary, but it will also be real. And real is what we came for, not perfection, not a life without pain, but a life that is truly ours, a life where we are free to become, free to change, free to get it wrong, free to start again, free to feel it all, to risk it all, to live, not someday, not when it's safe, not when it's certain, but now, always now. The digital dissociation paradox. We are more connected than we have ever been, linked by invisible threads of code and signal, wrapped in the glow of screens that never sleep. Our voices carried instantly across oceans, our faces replicated. In pixels, our thoughts broadcast in bursts of curated clarity. We scroll, we swipe, we tap, we stream. We are always on, always available, always witnessing and being witnessed. And yet, in the midst of this hyper-connected landscape, a strange thing has happened. We have begun to disappear, not physically, not dramatically, but quietly, internally. We have started to dissociate not only from others, but from ourselves. This is the digital dissociation paradox. The more we exist online, the less we exist within. The more we project, the less we reflect. The more we express, the less we feel. We are everywhere and nowhere. We are seen by hundreds, thousands, sometimes millions, but rarely truly known. And we feel it. That subtle emptiness after the likes, the quiet ache after the share, the invisible fatigue of maintaining a presence that feels more real to others than it does to us. Because in the digital world, presence is performance, identity is content, emotion is engagement, and the self, the raw, private, unfiltered self, becomes something optional, something obscured, something inconvenient. We begin to speak in captions, to think in hashtags, to feel in fragments. We curate our pain, polish our joy, reduce complexity. into clarity. We tell stories not to understand, but to entertain. We perform healing, perform rage, perform intimacy, and the audience claps. But deep down, something doesn't feel right. Something feels missing. Because even when we are most connected, we are also most divided between our image and our experience, between our face and our feelings, between who we are and who we're becoming in front of everyone else. And the cost of this division is profound. It is the slow erosion of our internal lives. We stop sitting with our emotions long enough to understand them. We stop letting silence teach us what words cannot. We stop asking ourselves what we really think, because we're too busy responding to what others expect us to say. And gradually, we forget how to be alone with ourselves, without distraction, without documentation, without an audience. We become strangers in our own minds. We wake up reaching for a phone before our own breath. We walk through the world recording it, narrating it, filtering it, rarely just living it. And even when we do disconnect, it doesn't feel like rest. It feels like absence, like something is missing, like we're missing. Because somewhere along the way, we learn to measure our existence by visibility, by feedback, by frequency. And in that system, being unseen feels like being unreal. Being quiet feels like disappearing. Being offline feels like death. And so we stay plugged in, not just to platforms, but to personas. We maintain the character. We update the feed. We keep the signal alive. Because the silence feels too loud, the self, too unstructured. The moment, too fleeting if it goes undocumented. But this hyperpresence is an illusion. We are not truly here. We are hovering above, watching ourselves live instead of living. We are narrating before we're feeling. We are responding before we're understanding. And we are confusing expression for experience. But expression without embodiment is hollow. Performance without presence is draining. And connection without intimacy is loneliness in disguise. We are not just scrolling. We are disembodying. We are not just multitasking. We are fragmenting. And the mind, stretched across timelines and platforms and comment sections, begins to lose its center. The nervous system, bombarded with stimulation and judgment and curated crisis, begins to fray. And we call it anxiety. We call it burnout. We call it overload. But beneath those terms is something deeper, a soul-level exhaustion from being everywhere except here, from showing everything except what's real, from connecting in every way except the one that counts, within. And the paradox deepens, because the digital world is not evil. It is not inherently harmful. It can be beautiful, generative, transformative. It gives voice to the voiceless. It connects the isolated. It democratizes information, accelerates empathy, amplifies truth. But it does not come without cost, and that cost is subtle, a gradual shift away from our embodied selves, our unfiltered relationships, our quiet truths. It is the death of the pause, the disappearance of boredom, the end of solitude, and those losses, though invisible, are profound. Because we need boredom to hear ourselves, we need solitude to meet ourselves. We need slowness to integrate what we feel. Without them, we become reactive. We become hollow. We become content machines with no context, no core. And the most tragic part is that we begin to prefer it. We begin to choose dissociation because it's easier. It's cleaner. It's controlled. Feeling is messy. Embodiment is vulnerable. Presence is terrifying. So we scroll, we edit, we buffer, and we tell ourselves we're connected. But deep down we know something real is slipping, something essential, something ancient. And to reclaim it, we must unplug, not just from devices, but from the performance, from the endless externalization of self, from the belief that we must always be seen to matter. We must learn to return to the body, to the breath, to the boring, to the uncomfortable. We must learn to sit with a moment and not share it, to feel something and not translate it, to live a day and not document it, not because those things are bad, but because they are incomplete, because a life lived entirely for viewership is a life observed, not inhabited. And we were meant to inhabit, to sweat, to cry, to lose track of time, to look at the moon and forget to take a picture, to hold someone's gaze and not think about how it looks from the outside, to dance without choreography, to weep without commentary, to be, not as content, but as consciousness. And this is not easy. It requires withdrawal. It requires discomfort. It requires detox from visibility. But in that detox, something beautiful returns. The inner voice, the quiet knowing, the unshaped self. And that self is not brandable, not scalable, not optimized. It is sacred. It is private. It is whole. And it does not need a platform to be real. Only a body. Only a breath. Only this moment. The uncertainty addiction. We think we hate uncertainty. We say we crave clarity, resolution, answers. We long for stability, for knowing, for the comfort of what is defined and predictable. We plan, we prepare, we forecast, we script. But beneath all that effort lies a stranger truth, one that lingers quietly in the background of many lives. We are, in some deep and unspoken way, addicted to uncertainty. Not because it feels good, not because it brings peace, but because it gives us something to chase, to analyze, to survive. Because certainty, once attained, feels strangely anticlimactic. It closes doors. It ends stories. It removes the need to wonder, to hope, to imagine, and for some, that stillness is unbearable. So instead, we linger in the in-between. We replay conversations. We check our phones every few minutes. We reread texts looking for hidden meanings. We obsess over mixed signals, vague promises, almost decisions. We don't just tolerate ambiguity, we feed on it. We need it to feel alive. Because clarity, while safe, is also still. And stillness, while peaceful, feels empty when we've built our identity around motion, tension, anticipation. This is the uncertainty addiction, the subconscious pull towards situations that keep us guessing, keep us hoping, keep us bracing. It's not a conscious choice. We don't wake up asking for confusion, but we gravitate toward people who won't commit. We stay in jobs with unclear expectations. We invest in relationships with shifting ground rules. We replay every maybe as if it were a promise. And why? Because uncertainty activates us. It floods the nervous system. It lights up the brain. It gives us something to do. Figure it out. Fix it. Interpret it. Wait for it to shift. And that waiting becomes the rhythm of our lives. The dopamine hit of maybe today becomes more powerful than the reality of nothing changed. We live in cycles of anticipation, disappointment, hope, collapse, and repeat. We become addicted to the loop, not because it brings joy, but because it gives structure to our anxiety. It gives purpose to our pain. And the brain, ever loyal, begins to crave the very state that exhausts it. Just like gamblers addicted not to winning, but to the tension between the spin and the outcome, we become hooked on not knowing, on not being chosen, on not having closure, because it gives us something familiar to feel, something to wait for, something to work through. And familiarity, even when painful, feels safer than the unknown peace we no longer trust. Many of us learned early that clarity meant endings, that certainty brought rejection, that finality was dangerous. So we learn to exist in emotional limbo, not because we enjoy it, but because it became home. We don't just fear heartbreak, we fear resolution. Because resolution means the illusion is over. It means the fantasy has collapsed. It means we must grieve. And grief feels like death. So we stall, we stay, we reinterpret the silence. We convince ourselves that maybe, just maybe, something will shift. That the non-committal partner will one day wake up and realize our worth. That the employer who keeps us dangling will finally promote us. That the friend who disappears will come back with an explanation that makes it all make sense. And we wait. And we wait. And we wait. Not because we're weak, but because uncertainty lets us hold on without deciding. It lets us hope without moving. It lets us imagine without confronting the truth. But the cost of this addiction is steep. It's the slow erosion of self-trust, the chronic tension that never fully resolves, the inability to rest, to exhale, to land. We live in a state of perpetual almost happy, almost chosen, almost clear, and that almost becomes a way of life. We grow suspicious of certainty when it does arrive. We downplay kindness. We reject commitment. We poke holes in peace because it feels foreign, because we don't know how to inhabit a life without an emotional cliffhanger. We don't know who we are without the tension, so we recreate it. We pick fights when things feel too calm. We chase people who won't stay. We say yes when we mean no, and then resent the consequences. We sabotage stability because we mistake it for stagnation, and the chaos feels more honest. The pain feels more real. The loop feels more alive. But it's not life. It's reactivity. It's nervous system dysregulation masquerading as personality. It's trauma repetition disguised as romantic chemistry. And until we recognize the pattern, we will keep mistaking uncertainty for passion, ambiguity for depth, unavailability for mystery, and we will suffer. Not just in love, but in every arena. We will delay decisions. We will postpone joy. We will avoid responsibility. Because choosing something fully means giving up every other possibility. And for someone addicted to options, to maybes, to emotional roulette, that feels terrifying. But healing begins with naming, with saying, I'm not just confused, I'm addicted to being confused. I'm not just stuck, I'm drawn to being stuck. I'm not just waiting, I'm afraid of what happens if I stop. And in that honesty, something begins to shift. A softness emerges, a curiosity, a willingness to see the loop without judgment. And in that seeing, we can start to choose differently. We can start to stay where we feel safe, not where we feel triggered. We can start to build lives that offer steadiness, not just stimulation. And at first, it will feel boring. It will feel unfamiliar. It will feel flat, because our bodies are used to noise, to activation, to the spike of what if, and the crash of not yet. But over time, stability reveals its own kind of intoxication. Peace starts to feel powerful. Clarity starts to feel liberating. Presence starts to feel alive. And we realize that we were never addicted to uncertainty itself, but to the feeling of being needed, of being chosen, of being rescued. And when we learn to give those things to ourselves, the addiction loosens. The loop quiets. The story changes. We no longer chase mixed signals. We no longer wait for the unread message. We no longer lose sleep over someone else's indecision, because we've made a decision to choose ourselves, to end the loop, to live in reality, not in almost. And that choice, though terrifying, is the beginning of freedom, not the kind handed to us, but the kind we claim, the kind that comes not from clarity itself, but from our courage to face it, the happiness exposure effect. We say we want happiness. We chase it across careers, relationships, cities, books, courses, philosophies, products, playlists, and promises. We declare it as our ultimate goal, the highest currency of a well-lived life, the emotion that justifies everything. We hang it like a star above every to-do list, every goalpost, every vision board. We measure success by it, design routines to pursue it, and criticize ourselves when it feels out of reach. We speak of it as if it were a destination, something fixed, permanent, waiting for us at the end of effort. But hidden within that pursuit lies something few of us dare to admit. We are deeply, quietly afraid of happiness, not in its absence, but in its presence. Not when it's missing, but when it finally arrives. Because happiness, real happiness, the kind that creeps in softly and catches us off guard, is terrifying in its fragility. Its stillness feels foreign. Its warmth feels too good. And the moment it shows up, the mind, trained in vigilance, immediately begins to ask, how long will this last? What if it goes away? What if I lose it? What if I don't deserve it? What if they take it from me? This is the happiness exposure effect, the psychological phenomenon where joy, instead of relaxing us, triggers alarm, where the very thing we long for becomes the very thing we brace against, where we become more alert in joy than we ever were in grief, because somewhere deep in the emotional memory, we've paired joy with danger. We've linked light with loss, We learned that happiness is fleeting, that joy is suspicious, that too much laughter invites consequence. We heard it in the quiet warnings passed down through generations. Don't get your hopes up. Don't jinx it. Nothing good lasts forever. And slowly, these phrases became emotional muscle memory. The nervous system memorized the rhythm: joy, then fall; hope, then crash. And now, even in moments of genuine contentment, the body scans for signs of rupture. The heart beats a little faster, not in delight, but in fear. The mind searches the corners for what could go wrong, and instead of settling into the joy, we flinch. We emotionally exit the moment even while we're still in it. We create distance. We downplay it. We joke it away. We make disclaimers. It won't last, we say. I'm just lucky. I probably don't deserve this. Or we rush past it entirely, on to the next goal, the next task, the next measure of worth. Because presence in joy is vulnerable, presence without control is terrifying. And for many of us, happiness was never modeled as a safe place. We were not taught how to be in joy without suspicion. Joy was interrupted, excitement was mocked, happiness was unstable. So our bodies, wisely and unconsciously, learned a strategy. Don't trust joy. Don't get used to it. Don't let it sink in. And this isn't about gratitude. We can be deeply grateful and still guarded. We can know that we are lucky, blessed, fortunate, and still not feel safe inside what we have. We sabotage, not because we're reckless, but because we're scared. We push away good people. We reject opportunities. We delay celebrations. We find flaws in moments that are whole. We invent danger to match our discomfort, all to avoid what feels unmanageable. The tenderness of being fully present in something good. Because happiness is not just light, it casts a shadow. It brings up grief for the years we lived without it. Guilt for feeling it when others cannot, fear that it will vanish and leave us emptier than before. And so we choose numbness, we choose control, we choose emotional middle ground. Not sad, not happy, just fine, just functioning, just safe. But that safety comes at a cost. It flattens our aliveness. It narrows our experience. It robs us of the very things we claim to seek: joy, love, connection, wonder. And this is the paradox. We fear what we need most. We long for happiness and panic when it arrives. We say we want to be seen, and then we flinch when someone really looks. We ache for rest and then fill every moment with motion. Because happiness, in its true form, is not a performance. It doesn't ask us to prove anything. It just arrives, soft, undeniable, real. And real is vulnerable. Real is raw. Real is what can be lost. And that is what frightens us most. We tell ourselves that stability is more mature than joy, that realism is nobler than hope, that caution is wisdom. But often, what we call maturity is fear in disguise. What we call realism is a shield against disappointment. What we call wisdom is a refusal to be hurt again. And so, we miss the very heartbeats of life. We miss the laughter that could have bloomed, the moments that could have become memories, the tears that might have been gratitude instead of regret. But what if we could rewrite that script? What if happiness isn't a setup for pain, but a sign that something inside us is healing? That our nervous system is learning a new story? What if joy is not a risk, but a return to a self that was always waiting underneath the layers of armor? What if happiness doesn't have to be earned or justified, but simply allowed? What if we are worthy of it, not because of our productivity, our performance, or our pain, but because we are alive? And maybe this is the deeper truth, that joy, when welcomed, heals. That every time we let it in, even briefly, we teach our hearts that good things can be safe, that love can last, that peace doesn't always mean silence before the storm, that feeling good doesn't mean we've let our guard down too far, but that we've remembered who we are beneath the guard. This is the real work, not chasing happiness like a trophy, but allowing it like a visitor, not clinging to it, but welcoming it, not defining it, but recognizing it in laughter, in quiet, in stillness, in play, in connection, in tears that don't come from pain, but from awe. And yes, happiness will still come and go. It is not permanent, but neither is sadness. And just because joy leaves doesn't mean it was a lie. Just because we feel afraid doesn't mean we aren't growing. And just because we've spent years bracing doesn't mean we can't learn to soften. So we practice. We breathe into the joy, even when it trembles. We say thank you, even when we fear the goodbye. We stay, even when everything in us wants to run. We choose to feel, not just when it hurts, but when it feels beautiful. We give ourselves permission to be moved, to be touched, to be undone by happiness, not as weakness, but as power. Because this is the kind of strength the world rarely speaks of, the strength to feel joy and stay with it, to be soft and unashamed, to be seen in delight, not just in sorrow. And when we begin to live that way, something shifts. We stop waiting for the fall. We stop scanning for danger. We stop apologizing for light. We stop dimming our radiance to make others comfortable. And slowly, happiness becomes less of a shock, less of a threat, more of a rhythm, more of a language we can finally speak without stuttering. It becomes something we can trust, not as a destination, but as a companion. Not as something we chase, but something we welcome home. And in that homecoming, we change, we soften, we expand. We remember how to play, how to rest, how to want without shame, how to laugh from the belly, how to let tears fall without bracing for tragedy, how to be fully here, fully human, fully alive. And that, perhaps, is the point. Not to be happy all the time, but to be free enough to feel it when it comes, to be unguarded enough to let it matter, to be wise enough to stay. The paradox of listening. We are told that listening is a virtue, an act of kindness, of patience, of maturity. That to listen is to give, to care, to understand. That in listening, we make room for others, we validate their existence, we affirm their worth. And on the surface, this is true. Listening builds bridges, it softens conflict. It creates space for others to be heard, to be seen, to be real. But beneath the surface, listening is something far more complex, far more layered, far more difficult than most of us realize. Because to truly listen, not just to hear words, but to receive another person's inner world without trying to edit or reshape it, requires something most of us are never taught: the suspension of self. The ability to quiet the voice in our own head long enough to let someone else's voice fill the space, to not prepare our response while they're still speaking, to not mentally translate their experience into our own, to not analyze or critique or solve, to not fix, advise, compare, or interrupt with comfort, to not say, "That reminds me of," or "You know what I would do," but instead to simply say, with presence and stillness, "I'm here." And this presence is harder than it seems. Because while we nod and say, "I'm listening," our minds often wander. Not out of disinterest, but out of habit, out of fear, out of the survival instinct to stay safe inside our own narrative. Because when someone speaks from the depths, when they offer something raw, something painful, something vulnerable, it touches something in us. It activates our own memories, our own regrets, our own wounds. And so we retreat, not with our bodies, but with our attention. We go into the archive of our own experience and start preparing. What will I say next? How does this relate to me? What does this remind me of? What part of my story is similar? And in doing so, we stop listening. We begin to turn their monologue into a duet. We insert ourselves, silently, invisibly, but undeniably, and the moment becomes less about them and more about us. Not because we're selfish, but because we're human. This is not cruelty. It is reflex. It is the ego doing what it knows best, centering itself. And that's the paradox. To truly listen, we must momentarily disappear. We must surrender the spotlight, the steering wheel, the urge to offer something clever or comforting or wise, And this surrender feels foreign, even frightening, like erasure, like self-abandonment, because so much of our identity is built on being heard, being seen, being understood, on telling our story, on contributing. And to reverse that dynamic, to give the floor, the attention, the empathy to someone else without inserting ourselves, requires more than good intentions. It requires space, and many of us are full. We are carrying so much that there is no room to receive anything more. Our heads are loud, our hearts are tired, our nervous systems are taxed. We are listening while thinking, listening while analyzing, listening while recovering from what was said to us 5 minutes ago or 5 years ago. And in that storm of inner noise, we hear the words but miss the meaning. We catch the facts but not the emotion. We remember the details but not the depth, and the speaker, sensing this absence, begins to shrink. They may not say it, but they feel it. That subtle shift, that invisible wall, and so they edit, they withhold, they turn the volume down on their truth. Because why open the wound if no one is really there to hold it? And so we slide into shallow conversations, into parallel monologues, into social rituals that mimic connection, but lack presence. We become fluent in the language of engagement, but illiterate in the experience of intimacy. Because what we're starving for is not more words, but more resonance, not more answers, but more attunement, not more discussion, but more depth. The sense that when we speak, someone is actually there, that when we offer our inner world, someone meets us, not with solutions, but with stillness, not with judgment, but with witnessing. And this kind of listening, sacred, reverent, unhurried, is exceedingly rare. Not because people are incapable of it, but because they are afraid of it. Because to listen is to be changed, to let someone else's story rearrange our understanding, to allow another's grief to sit beside our own, and change, especially when it's quiet, is deeply threatening, especially when it doesn't ask for action, only presence. Because presence demands exposure, not just for the speaker, but for the listener. To listen is to be opened, to be affected, to risk being moved in ways we didn't expect. It is to lower the guard, to let go of control, to sit in discomfort without reaching for distraction. And most of us have not been trained for this. We've been trained to solve, to advise, to perform compassion, but not to embody it, to nod, but not to absorb. And so the cycle repeats. We interrupt, we redirect, we relate, we think we're connecting, but we're actually defending. And something vital is lost. A moment, a truth, a tiny doorway into intimacy that quietly closes. And that loss accumulates. Over time, we begin to feel unseen, unheard, unknown, even among friends, even among family. Not because no one is talking, but because no one is listening. And the tragedy is, this absence becomes normalized. We adjust to the performance of connection and forget the possibility of the real thing. We become emotionally malnourished in plain sight. But here's the deeper paradox. When we truly listen, we don't vanish, we grow. We don't silence our voice, we learn to hear it differently. Because in creating space for another, we begin to understand space itself. We learn to make room not just for others' pain, but for our own. We learn to sit beside grief without trying to explain it away. We learn to hear joy without needing to match it or make sense of it. And in doing so, we transform our relationships, not through brilliance or persuasion, but through presence. We become safer to others, more trustworthy, more real. And others begin to soften around us because they can feel it. We're actually here. And that presence is not passive. It is not submissive. It is powerful, revolutionary even. In a world addicted to speed and sound and certainty, to slow down and listen is an act of rebellion. It says, I will not rush this moment. I will not steal this spotlight. I will not turn your truth into a springboard for mine. I am not here to win. I am here to witness. I am not here to impress. I am here to receive. I am not here to fix. I am here to feel. And in that act, something ancient awakens, something sacred, because being heard is not a courtesy, it is a lifeline. It is how we remember we matter. It is how we remember we are not alone. And the more we give that gift to others, the more we can give it to ourselves. We begin to listen inwardly with more patience, to hear the subtle cues of our own exhaustion, to feel the whispers of our unmet needs, to recognize the voice inside us that has long been asking, "Will you listen to me too?" And when we listen, really listen to ourselves and others alike, we no longer need to shout to be heard, because presence doesn't raise its voice, it deepens its silence. And in that silence, everything is revealed. Connection is not just possible, it becomes inevitable. And it begins with one small radical act: to stop, to quiet the mind, to soften the ego, to listen, not for our turn to speak, but for the sake of hearing. Not because it's polite, but because it's human. The identity amplifier effect. We often speak of identity as if it were a fixed thing, a core, a center, a stable truth we carry from moment to moment, unchanging and authentic. We're told to find ourselves, to be ourselves, to express our true selves, as though identity is a buried artifact, hidden somewhere deep inside us, waiting to be uncovered, polished, and presented to the world as a completed sculpture. As though the self is a singular destination, a final form we are meant to discover and then remain loyal to. But what if identity isn't something we find, but something we fabricate, layer by layer, word by word, moment by moment? What if it's not a truth to be revealed, but a process to be shaped, to be questioned, to be continually reimagined? What if identity is less like a solid core and more like an echo chamber, one where each reflection of ourselves bounces back with slight variation, magnifying what's already been said, until we no longer know what was original and what was amplified? This is the identity amplifier effect, the psychological phenomenon in which our sense of self is not merely influenced by how we are perceived, but is continuously exaggerated, stretched, and hardened by the repetitive nature of performance and feedback. Over time, the echo grows louder than the voice that started it. The source is buried beneath layers of reflection, and we become more simulation than substance, more repetition than revelation. And in the modern world, saturated with mirrors, digital, cultural, algorithmic, interpersonal, this amplifier finds fertile ground. Every post, every update, every curated photo or hot take becomes a data point in the evolving portrait we project outward. The more we share a version of ourselves, the more that version crystallizes, not because it is more real, but because it is more visible. Visibility begins to define authenticity. Exposure begins to define essence, and the loop continues. The more we act out an identity, the more we are affirmed in it, not necessarily because it's true, but because it's consistent. The algorithm rewards reliability, the culture praises clarity, the audience wants familiarity, and so we oblige. We lean into the aspects of ourselves that receive praise, that are easy to understand, that make people nod in recognition. We streamline our personalities. We prune our contradictions. We begin to suppress what doesn't fit the character we've created, sometimes consciously, sometimes unconsciously. We keep feeding the machine, because the more consistent we are, the more predictable the reward. The more the world reflects us back in the way we expect, the more comfortable we become inside a version of ourselves that may no longer be alive. And slowly, subtly, the inner world begins to flatten. Complexity becomes inconvenient. Nuance becomes suspicious. Contradiction becomes dangerous. Because in an amplified identity, change feels like betrayal. Growth feels like inconsistency. The freedom to evolve is overshadowed by the fear of disappointing those who've come to depend on a static version of us. We begin to fear not failure, but reinvention. Not being wrong, but being different from who we were yesterday. Because someone will notice. Someone will ask, "What happened to you?" Someone will say, "You've changed," and not mean it as a compliment. And so, we cling to the character. We defend the image. We hold fast to the mask, not because we love it, but because we're terrified of what might happen if we put it down. And this isn't limited to public personas or social media avatars. It's in the roles we play in every room we walk into. It's being the reliable one, the funny one, the wise one, the rebel, the peacemaker, the achiever, the caretaker. It's being the one who always knows the answer, who never cries, who keeps it together, who makes everyone laugh, who always says yes. And the more we're seen in these roles, the more we play them. Not because they fit, but because they're expected. The more the world says, that's who you are, the harder it becomes to say, not anymore. And the cost. The cost is subtle but heavy. We begin to feel like guests in our own lives. We wake up and walk through routines we didn't choose. We laugh at jokes that don't land in our gut. We say yes to things that leave us hollow. We wear smiles that ache at the edges. And somewhere, deep inside, a question stirs. Who would I be if no one were watching? Who am I when the stage is empty? But the silence that follows that question is often too much to bear. So we fill it with performance, with certainty, with repetition, with content, with compliance. Because we fear what lies on the other side of performance. We fear invisibility, rejection, misunderstanding. And so we stay in character. We keep our lines memorized. We become polished, well-branded, admired, and exhausted. Because being a brand is easier than being a mystery. And mystery scares people. It scares us. Because mystery demands presence, curiosity, patience. It demands that we live in the space between definitions, that we allow ourselves to not know who we are for a while, that we allow others to not know either. But the truth is, we are not brands. We are not roles. We are not echoes. We are not fixed points on a graph. We are rivers. We are forests. We are weather systems and galaxies and half-formed sentences. We are change. We are contradiction. We are chaos, and that is sacred. We are not meant to be packaged. We are meant to be lived. And identity, when lived instead of performed, becomes a dance, not a statue. It becomes an exploration, not a conclusion. It becomes something we write in pencil, not carve in stone. So how do we begin again? How do we peel back the performance and remember the person? It begins in silence, in solitude, in spaces where no one is watching. It begins by turning down the noise, stepping off the stage, and listening to what's left when there's no one to impress. It begins with gentle questions. What version of me am I protecting? What version of me am I afraid to become? What stories have I outgrown but still cling to for safety? What dreams have I silenced to remain legible? And in those questions, we begin to feel something stir. A tenderness, a possibility, a breath. We begin to experiment again, to try on new thoughts, to say things we're not sure we believe yet, to change our minds, to contradict our past without shame. And we start to reclaim our freedom, not the loud, defiant freedom of rebellion, but the quiet, spacious freedom of self-trust. The kind of freedom that says, I don't have to explain this shift, I just have to honor it. The kind of freedom that allows us to show up fully, even when we don't have a name for what we're becoming. And yes, some people will resist this. They will want the old you, the consistent you, the predictable you. But the ones who matter, the ones who see beyond the echo, will stay. They will evolve with you. They will celebrate your unfolding. Because they know the truth. The most honest life is not the one where we hold our shape, but the one where we allow it to change. Where we become, again and again, not into someone else, but more fully into who we already are. Not fixed, not final, just alive. The trying not to try paradox. We are told to let go, to relax, to be present, to stop striving, stop controlling, stop resisting. We are encouraged to enter the flow, to live mindfully, to rest in the now without judgment or effort. And yet the moment we try to do this, something strange happens. The very act of trying disrupts the goal we seek. The more we strive to let go, the more we grip. The more we chase stillness, the more agitated we become. The more we pursue authenticity, the more we perform. The more we attempt to be spontaneous, the more rehearsed we feel. This is the paradox of trying not to try. The recursive trap of intentional non-intention, where effort becomes the enemy of ease, and conscious striving becomes the very barrier to unconscious surrender. It is the paradox that sits like a quiet tremor beneath every meditation session that spirals into a storm of thoughts, beneath every yoga class where we push too hard into the stretch meant for release, beneath every walk in nature where we check our phones to make sure we're being present enough. It's in the quiet expectation that by following a ritual of calm, we will arrive at serenity. But the moment serenity is the target, it begins to move further away. Like trying to remember a dream by force, the more we grip, the more it slips through our fingers. We sit down to be still, and immediately our mind starts judging the stillness. This isn't deep enough. This isn't working. Why is it so noisy in here? We attempt to be natural and become hyper-aware of every gesture. Do I look relaxed? Am I doing it right? We aim for spontaneity and find ourselves planning how to be unplanned. Because the moment we decide to be, we are already doing. The moment we aim to let go, we have already latched onto an outcome. The moment we say, I want to relax, a subtle tension forms. Because want implies distance, implies lack, implies effort. And effort, in this particular terrain, cracks the very stillness we hope to enter. It is like trying to sleep by, willing sleep into existence, trying to laugh by commanding joy, trying to feel love by questioning whether we're feeling it correctly. And yet, we keep trying. We read more books, we listen to more teachings, we seek more tools and techniques, not realizing that the compulsion to fix, improve, and adjust ourselves is the very loop that reinforces the belief that something is wrong, and so begins the spiral. The more aware we become of our inner restlessness, the more pressure we place on ourselves to not feel it. The more pressure we place upon it, the more we monitor it. And the more we monitor it, the more artificial it becomes. Our internal world becomes a performance stage, and even our silence is choreographed. We become actors in our own presence, trying to convince ourselves that we are no longer trying, and this too becomes exhausting. But this paradox is not a modern invention. It has been named and explored for thousands of years. It lives in the heart of ancient Eastern philosophy, particularly in the Taoist concept of Wu Wei, the art of effortless action, of flowing with the current rather than against it. In Wu Wei, the sage does not bend the world to their will, but instead moves in harmony with it. The aim is not achievement through force, but alignment through surrender. Yet even this principle becomes a trap when pursued too earnestly. The moment you try to practice Wu Wei, you are no longer in Wu Wei. You are trying. You are planning surrender. You are attempting to grasp the ungraspable. And this is the riddle at the heart of conscious living. How does one stop trying without trying to stop? How does one live naturally without trying to simulate nature? How do you release control without making the release itself a new form of control? The answer, if there is one, lies not in more effort, but in redirection. In a shift of attention from the end result to the experience of now, from the image of surrender to the felt sense of whatever is happening, even if it's resistance. It's not about performing presence, but noticing presence. Not about faking ease, but recognizing the grip. It begins by simply becoming aware, without judgment, of when trying creeps in, noticing when surrender turns into a strategy, noticing when being becomes another task to complete, and then radically doing nothing about it, not fixing, not replacing, just observing, because that quiet allowance is the only form of non-effort that doesn't betray itself. It's not a move away from control, but a turning toward it. Not to fight it, but to recognize, here I am again, trying not to try. And in that naming, something shifts. The pressure releases just slightly. The system begins to unwind. And that, strangely, is the closest we can come to true letting go. Not through suppression, but through acceptance. Not through effortlessness, as a task, but as a side effect of honesty. We accept that we are wired to strive, that the mind wants to solve problems, even when there are none. That control is an ancient reflex, trying to protect us from the unknown. And in that self-understanding, a deeper intelligence begins to rise, not intellectual, but embodied. The breath that continues without command, the heartbeat that steadies us without our permission. The body, ancient and wise, already knows what balance feels like. And sometimes when we stop orchestrating every moment, when we stop trying to get it right, we stumble into the very state we were chasing, not because we caught it, but because we stopped chasing long enough for it to catch up. Peace arrives not as a goal, but as a byproduct of not needing a goal. And this is the art. Not forcing surrender, but cultivating the kind of space in which surrender can land. Not commanding silence, but ceasing to fill every space with noise. Not manufacturing authenticity, but clearing the way for what's already true to find expression. In this space, life stops feeling like something we must manage and starts feeling like something we can meet. Emotions stop being problems and start being messengers. Thoughts stop being enemies and start being clouds passing across a larger sky. Experience stops being a test and starts being a teacher. Effort, then, isn't the villain. It's just misunderstood. The task is not to eliminate effort, but to realign it. We can still be intentional. We can still show up, still practice, still return again and again. But we do so with a gentleness that doesn't demand transformation on cue. We approach ourselves the way a good gardener approaches the soil, not yanking the seed open, but tending the conditions with quiet faith that something will grow. Because some truths arrive only when we stop asking questions. Some insights only surface when we stop diving for them. Some states of being reveal themselves only in the absence of striving. And when we touch those places, not with grasping but with gratitude, we understand. The paradox isn't a mistake in the system. It is the system. It's not something to be solved, but lived. We learn that peace isn't a point we reach, but a rhythm we remember. That surrender isn't the end of effort, but the redirection of it toward listening. That trying not to try isn't a failure, it's part of the spiral. We forget, we try, we notice, we soften, we tighten again, we smile, we cry. And somewhere, in the dance of all this doing and undoing, we come to realize we're already home. Not in a moment of perfect stillness, but in the willingness to meet ourselves exactly where we are. Trying, resisting, releasing, remembering. Not perfectly, but fully. And that, perhaps, is enough. The truth hurts. Paradox. We say we want the truth. We chant it as an ideal, frame it as a virtue, inscribe it into legal oaths, and build entire belief systems around its pursuit. The truth will set you free, we tell ourselves, as if it were a door to liberation, just waiting to be opened. We imagine it as a kind of arrival, a place where doubt dissolves, confusion lifts, and everything that was once fractured becomes whole. We imagine that truth will soothe, will comfort, will validate the parts of us that have long felt unseen or misunderstood. But what we rarely acknowledge, at least not openly, is that truth is not a gentle liberator. It does not arrive wrapped in silk. It does not knock softly or come bearing flowers. Truth is a force. It breaks in, it unseats, it devastates, it burns down illusions that once kept us warm and leaves behind not clarity, but smoke, ash, silence. And in its place, it offers something stark. The rawness of what is, unfiltered, unvarnished, unforgiving. This is the paradox of truth. It is the very thing we claim to want most, yet the very thing we instinctively avoid when it arrives. Because truth, especially the personal kind, the emotional kind, the kind that upends our self-concept, is rarely kind in the moment. It doesn't just correct facts. It dismantles identity. It calls into question the very stories we've told ourselves in order to survive. The stories about who we are, what we deserve, why we left, why we stayed, what we wanted, what we feared. And it asks us, not politely, but insistently, to face what lies beneath the story, the grief, the guilt, the contradiction, the shame, and that is terrifying. Because truth doesn't stop at the surface. It seeps, it spreads, it echoes. One realization begets another. One admission unearths a dozen more. And soon we're standing in the rubble of a self we no longer recognize, wondering what was real and what was defense. We are left holding pieces of memory, of motive, of meaning that no longer fit where they used to. And that's the thing about truth. It doesn't just clarify, it complicates, it deepens, it refuses the easy answer, it dissolves binaries, it asks us to sit with uncertainty, not as a temporary discomfort, but as a permanent companion. So we run, not always from the truth itself, but from what the truth demands: change, accountability, mourning, the loss of narratives that, however false, once offered safety. We say things like, "That's just your perspective," or "There are two sides to every story," not because we are devoted to nuance, but because ambiguity buys us time, because ambiguity delays the reckoning. Because if everything is relative, then nothing has to change. But deep down, we know. The body knows. It tightens. It shrinks. It tenses in the presence of truth. Even when the mind resists, the nervous system registers the shift. And we flinch. Not always because we're afraid of being wrong, but because we're afraid of what being wrong means, what it undoes, what it uncovers. Because truth, real truth, doesn't just revise, it reforms. It says, "You misunderstood, you were careless, you projected, you betrayed yourself, you harmed someone, you believed a lie, you needed that lie, you weren't ready for what was real." And those realizations, they're not intellectual, they are visceral. They ripple through the body, they sit in the chest like stone, they wake us at night, they alter our voice, they rewrite the past, they call us to account. And yet, despite all this, we romanticize truth. We wrap it in slogans and spiritual language. We call it light. We associate it with awakening, with wisdom, with liberation. But we rarely speak of its violence, of how it dismantles before it rebuilds, of how it wounds before it heals, of how, before it sets us free, it destroys what we thought freedom was. And what it leaves behind is not always a clean slate, but an empty room, a quiet we don't yet know how to inhabit, a version of ourselves we don't yet know how to become. And that's why most people resist truth, not out of ignorance, but out of exhaustion. Because truth without integration is chaos. Because insight without support can feel like punishment. Because transformation without companionship can become trauma. So we stagger the truth. We ration it. We take in only what we can metabolize. We back away when it cuts too deep. And this is not cowardice. It is wisdom. Because no one survives a flood by standing in the center of it. Sometimes you have to watch from the shore. Sometimes you need time to prepare, to strengthen, to gather the tools that will help you rebuild once the wave passes through. And yet, truth waits. It doesn't chase, it doesn't scream, it doesn't knock twice. It simply remains, quiet, immutable, patient. It doesn't vanish when ignored, it simply moves inward, settling into the body, becoming symptom, becoming fatigue, becoming numbness, becoming the low-grade ache that something is off, something is missing, something is calling. And in time, when we're ready, or perhaps when we can no longer avoid it, it re-emerges, not to punish, but to realign, not to shame, but to clarify. And if we let it all the way in, it doesn't just take things away, it gives us something in return. Not comfort, but coherence. Not certainty, but integrity. It gives us the ability to live without pretense, to love without strategy, to grieve honestly, to hope without clinging. And perhaps most importantly, it gives us access to a version of ourselves that can no longer be seduced by illusion. This is not an easy self to live as. It doesn't always get applauded. It doesn't always fit neatly into social scripts, but it is real. It is grounded. It is unshakable in a way that polished personas never are. Because it is not built on what is pleasing, but on what is true. And that truth, once embodied, becomes its own kind of peace. A peace that doesn't depend on everything being okay. A peace that doesn't require constant validation. A peace that can hold pain without collapsing, and contradiction without retreating. And so we begin to understand, truth is not something we find, it's something we face again and again. And the more we face it, the more we grow, not into perfection, but into presence. The more we allow it, the more we soften, not into fragility, but into depth. We stop fearing what truth might take from us and start trusting what it might make of us. Because in the end, the truth doesn't hurt because it is cruel. It hurts because it is clean. Because it clears away everything that is not essential. Because it burns away illusion, not to leave us empty, but to reveal the architecture of what is lasting. And what is lasting is rarely glamorous, but it is solid, it is trustworthy, it is earned. And when you live from that place, you no longer need to chase clarity. You are clarity, not because you know all the answers, but because you are no longer afraid of the questions. That is the freedom truth gives. Not the freedom to feel good, but the freedom to stop pretending. The freedom to stand in the wreckage of old illusions and say, this is real, and I am still here. Not untouched, but untangled. Not unscathed, but undeniably alive. The meaning vacuum. We live in an age saturated with meaning, or at least with the appearance of it. Everything speaks, everything signals, every product comes with a mission statement. Every influencer arrives with a curated ethos. Every caption declares a lesson. Every experience is mined for metaphors. Even our pain, our grief, our loneliness are now formatted into content, filtered, reframed, shared, liked. We are told to find our why, to make an impact, to live with intention, to leave a legacy, to turn wounds into wisdom. Meaning has become a performance, a commodity, a strategy. We don't just live our lives, we narrate them. We don't just heal, we document our healing. We don't just feel, we analyze, reframe, and translate our emotions into digestible messages. Our culture is steeped in motivational mantras and existential urgency. Books, podcasts, TED Talks, online courses, all teaching us how to unlock our potential, access our purpose, embody our higher self. And yet, despite this tidal wave of tools, many people feel increasingly hollow, adrift in a sea of inspiration that no longer inspires, surrounded by symbols that no longer point to anything real. This is the paradox of the modern soul. Never before have we had such access to ideas about meaning, and never before have so many felt so estranged from meaning itself. We live within the meaning vacuum, a psychological and philosophical condition in which meaning becomes so overproduced, so packaged, so constantly sought, that it begins to collapse under its own weight, like a star that burns too brightly until it implodes. Meaning becomes noise, a background hum, a kind of spiritual wallpaper that covers everything but anchors nothing. We are drowning not in the absence of meaning, but in its overexposure, its dilution through repetition, commodification, and constant self-reference. In this vacuum, the distinction between presence and performance becomes increasingly blurred. We become fluent in the language of transformation without embodying its essence. We repeat words like authenticity, alignment, self-love, trauma-informed, but often without tasting the actual experiences these words point to. They become shorthand for connection, but also shields against it. Narratives replace nourishment, branding replaces becoming, content replaces contact, and slowly, the language of depth becomes a costume. We speak of growth with poetic eloquence, yet often our words are hollow, rehearsed, detached from the very soil they claim to grow from. Because real growth is messy. It's incoherent. It doesn't photograph well. It often resists language altogether. But that mess is precisely what gets filtered out of public view. We want the illusion of depth without its actual discomfort. And so, meaning becomes a mask, one we wear even when alone. Over time, the soul begins to ache, not from confusion, but from over-definition, not from ignorance, but from over-explanation. Every moment must yield insight. Every pause must be productive. Every sensation must be categorized, spiritualized, or weaponized into content. We cannot simply feel, we must interpret. We cannot simply rest, we must optimize. We cannot simply be, we must be seen being. And so a new kind of spiritual exhaustion sets in, not the tiredness of doing too much, but the bone-deep fatigue of always having to mean something. The exhaustion of having no space where you're not performing, not processing, not constructing a version of yourself that aligns with some higher narrative. We become self-help avatars, living slogans, walking case studies, and we begin to forget what it feels like to simply sit in a moment, raw and unprocessed, without shaping it into something useful or inspiring. This is the collapse at the center of the modern search for meaning. We've confused seeking with sensing. We think meaning is something we build from the outside in, when in fact, it must be felt from the inside out. But feeling requires space, something we are constantly filling with stimulation, commentary, and noise. And so we grow disconnected, not for lack of content, but for lack of contact. Not for lack of knowledge, but for lack of presence. We scroll through other people's certainties, hoping they'll fill our own void. We attend workshops, quote philosophers, brand ourselves as empaths or intuitives or healers, not because these words always reflect our truth, but because they offer identity in an age where identity is constantly collapsing. But even as we perform meaning, we feel the gap widening. We feel the ache of the performative echo that does not land in the body. We start to wonder, do I truly believe what I'm saying? Do I actually feel what I'm posting about? Or have I become fluent in a language I no longer understand? And beneath that wondering, something ancient begins to stir, something wordless, something sacred. The part of us that remembers meaning before it was named, the part that knows the sacred lives in the unspeakable, that the most important things, love, presence, awe, longing, cannot be pinned down or proven. They must be lived. They must be dwelt in. And dwelling is not glamorous. It is not shareable. It is not a strategy. It is slow, interior, quiet. But our culture does not reward slowness. It rewards certainty. It rewards charisma. It rewards those who can turn pain into punchlines, who can turn breakdowns into brands. And so we race past the pause. We fear silence. We fear not knowing. And in our fear, we keep speaking long after we have anything real to say. And yet, there is a way back, not through more effort, but through less. Not through performing meaning, but through surrendering to the possibility that meaning may emerge when we stop trying so hard to manufacture it, when we let ourselves feel lost, when we allow ourselves to not have a purpose for a while, when we stop asking, what does this mean? And instead ask, what does this feel like? Because meaning is not a thought, it is a texture, not a slogan, but a state, not something we chase, but something that slowly arrives when we stop running. It arrives in the quiet, in the gaps, in the ordinary rhythms of living, in the slowness of a conversation without an agenda, in the sensation of sunlight warming your skin with no metaphor attached, in the mess of a kitchen after a shared meal, in the tears you cry when no one is watching and no caption is coming. These are not moments we broadcast. They do not trend, but they matter because they are real. And reality, unfiltered, unedited, unexplainable, is where meaning hides. So we return, again and again, not to the chase but to the stillness beneath it, not to the image, but to the intimacy. We begin to relearn how to be with what is, instead of what should be. We begin to accept that not all moments must be mined for insight, that some feelings are meant to be felt, not fixed, that sometimes not knowing is the most honest state we can inhabit. And in this surrender, not as defeat but as invitation, something shifts. The vacuum doesn't vanish, but it stops echoing so loudly. It becomes less a void and more a vessel, a space not for noise, but for noticing, not for branding, but for being. And we begin to realize that meaning, when it comes, does not shout, it does not flash, it does not explain itself. It arrives like breath, like gravity, like belonging, and it stays, not because we chase it, but because we made room. The Altruism Paradox. We grow up learning that to give is good, that generosity is holy, that the measure of a heart lies not in how much it holds, but in how much it empties. From bedtime stories to religious teachings, from cultural proverbs to moral heroes, we are taught that the highest virtue is selflessness, that to serve others is not just admirable, it is the path to goodness, to love, to meaning. The mother who sacrifices without complaint, the friend who always shows up, the partner who never asks for anything in return. These are the templates we are shown, and so we internalize the message. To be good is to be useful. To be worthy is to give without pause. To love is to disappear into the needs of others. But beneath this celebration of giving lies a quieter truth, one we rarely speak aloud, that giving, no matter how selfless it may appear, is never separate from the self. It is always tangled. It is always informed. It is always shaped by our longings, our wounds, our fears, our conditioning. This does not make our giving false. It does not mean it lacks value or kindness, but it does mean that altruism is not a pure, detached act. It is an exchange, an entanglement, a mirror. This is the altruism paradox, that even the most seemingly selfless act often contains a trace of self-seeking, the desire to be seen, to be loved, to be needed, to be enough. We may offer help from our hearts, but we also offer it from our history, from the roles we've learned to play, from the stories we've told ourselves about who we must be in order to belong. And when we give without examining those stories, we can lose ourselves inside them. We become the helper who can't stop helping, even when our body is breaking, the caretaker who ignores their own pain, the leader who shoulders every burden silently. And slowly, we forget that we are allowed to be people, not just providers, that we are allowed to need rest, space, care, reciprocation. Because somewhere, along the way, the narrative shifted. Needing became weakness. Saying no became selfishness. Setting boundaries became betrayal. And so we remained silent. We gave more. We pushed harder. We smiled wider. And society cheered us on. They called us strong, selfless, noble, but strength without replenishment is erosion, and nobility without nourishment is collapse. We begin to live in service of a role rather than a truth. We say yes out of fear that no will make us invisible. We stay up late fixing others' problems because we're afraid of what will surface if we sit with our own. We answer every call for help because we don't know how to answer the call within ourselves. And this is not kindness. This is survival in the costume of compassion, and the cost is high. We lose touch with our own desires. We forget what it feels like to want something just for ourselves. We feel guilt when we rest, shame when we receive, resentment when others don't notice how much we've given. And all of these feelings remain unspoken, because to speak them feels like betrayal to the role, to the identity, to the image of who we're supposed to be. Over time, altruism becomes a performance, a habit, a currency we exchange for validation, affection, belonging. We don't even realize we're doing it. It becomes muscle memory. We anticipate needs before they're spoken. We clean up emotional messes before anyone asks. We carry burdens that no one sees. And when no one thanks us, we feel invisible. When no one reciprocates, we feel disposable. But we tell ourselves it doesn't matter. We tell ourselves the virtue is in the giving itself. Even as our soul whispers, "I'm tired," this whisper grows louder. It becomes tension in the shoulders, a tightness in the chest, a dull ache in the back of the mind. And still, we keep giving, because we don't know who we are without it. Because we fear that if we stop, the love will stop too. And this is the root wound of the altruism paradox, the belief that our worth is conditional, that we must earn love through service. That rest must be justified. That presence must be productive. That to be cared for, we must first be depleted. But there is another way, a deeper, gentler way of giving, one that does not ask us to disappear, one that honors both the offering and the one who offers. It begins with awareness, with the courage to ask, what is fueling my giving? Am I offering from fullness or from fear, from generosity or from guilt? Do I believe that I matter, even when I am not useful? These questions are not meant to shame, they are meant to free, to loosen the grip of old narratives, to create space for a new kind of service, one rooted in wholeness, not martyrdom. True generosity flows from an inner abundance. It does not demand exhaustion as proof. It does not ask us to break ourselves to build others. It does not require that we erase our own needs in the name of goodness. In fact, it insists that we honor them, because only when we are nourished can we nourish others deeply. Only when we are safe can we offer true sanctuary. Only when we are honest with ourselves can we show up honestly for someone else. And so the path forward is not to stop giving, but to give differently. To give with awareness, with boundaries, with reciprocity. To give without abandoning ourselves. This kind of giving is not lesser. It is more sustainable, more honest, more whole. It invites a new paradigm, where caretaking includes the self, where helping does not require hurting, where goodness is not measured by depletion, but by depth. In this paradigm, we become stewards, not saviors. We listen to our limits. We say yes with our whole hearts, and no with equal clarity. We recognize that a gift given in resentment is not a gift. It is a transaction waiting to be repaid. We learn that it is okay to receive, to ask, to rest. That vulnerability does not lessen our kindness, it expands it. That allowing others to care for us is not weakness, it is connection. And slowly, the paradox dissolves. Giving becomes a dance, not a duty, a rhythm, not a role. We stop performing virtue and start living truth. We remember that we are not required to suffer to be good. That love is not something we earn through self-denial. It is something we cultivate through presence. And in that presence, we find the freedom to give with open hands and open hearts. Not to prove, not to perform, but because we have something real to share. Something sacred, something whole. And that wholeness ripples outward. It invites others to do the same, to stop running on empty, to stop confusing burnout for brilliance, to stop measuring worth by output. It creates a world where care is not extracted, but exchanged, where compassion is not coerced, but chosen, where service does not require self-sacrifice, but is enriched by self-respect. This is the deeper truth beneath the paradox, that the most transformative kind of giving does not deny the self, it honors it. It includes the self in the circle of care. And in doing so, it becomes not just an act of kindness, but an act of healing, for the giver, for the receiver, for the culture that taught us otherwise. The tolerance paradox. We are taught that tolerance is the virtue of the enlightened, the measure of a free society, the graceful art of coexistence in a world of inevitable difference. To be tolerant, we're told, is to be open, to be accepting, to hold space for others even when we disagree, even when we are discomforted, even when our instincts cry out for judgment. It is painted as the quiet heroism of restraint, the refusal to become reactive, the strength to remain neutral, the maturity to rise above. And in many ways, this vision of tolerance is beautiful. It is a vital pillar of democracy, of dialogue, of peaceful progress. But what we are not often told is how tolerance, when stretched too far, begins to betray itself, not in loud collapses, but in quiet, cumulative surrenders. This is the paradox of tolerance, that in attempting to make space for all, we can inadvertently make space for that which threatens the very existence of shared space. It does not happen in a single moment. It happens gradually. We start with good intentions. We listen in order to be fair. We include in order to be just. We give airtime in order to be balanced. But in this effort to accommodate all voices, we begin to offer a platform to ideas that are not merely different, but dangerous. Ideas that dress themselves in civility while eroding the values that civility depends on. The most insidious forms of intolerance are rarely loud. They do not enter the room with slurs or fists. They come wrapped in soft tones, in reasonable-sounding rhetoric, in phrases like "just asking questions" or "playing devil's advocate." They mimic dialogue, but intend to dominate it. And while we sit in the posture of openness, nodding, along in the name of maturity, something sacred begins to shift. We feel it first in our bodies, a quiet tightening in the gut, a constriction in the chest, a flicker of internal resistance we are taught to ignore. Because we have been conditioned to believe that good people don't get upset, that enlightened people don't draw lines, that to tolerate something, even if it makes us feel unsafe or unseen, is a sign of growth. But there is a difference between holding space and abandoning it, between welcoming difference and inviting harm. Tolerance, when untethered from discernment, becomes porous. It begins to let in not just challenge, but corrosion. And over time, that corrosion begins to eat at our foundations of mutual respect, of shared humanity, of ethical boundaries. It happens in politics, in classrooms, in boardrooms, in families. We allow voices that dehumanize to sit beside voices that humanize, and we call it balance. We give the floor to those who deny others' dignity, and we label it free speech. We treat all views as equally valid, even when some are rooted in falsehood, in fear, in fascism. And in this effort to be fair, we allow the playing field to tilt. The intolerant gain ground, not because they are persuasive, but because they are persistent, because they exploit the open door of tolerance as a weakness, as a loophole, as an opportunity to insert ideologies that, by their very nature, seek to silence, to diminish, to erase. And we, in our fear of appearing rigid or biased, step back. We make room. We give the benefit of the doubt. We confuse silence with virtue. And we tell ourselves we are being kind, being evolved, being peacekeepers. But what we are really doing is yielding ground. Not because the other argument is valid, but because we are afraid of the discomfort that comes with drawing lines. And discomfort avoidance is a poor substitute for moral clarity. Because true tolerance is not spineless. It does not mean accepting all things equally. It does not mean smiling politely in the face of oppression. It does not mean watering down conviction until all distinctions are lost. True tolerance has a spine. It knows the difference between difference and dehumanization, between diversity and destruction. It is strong enough to say, this idea does not belong here, not because it is unpopular, but because it is unsafe, not because it is challenging, but because it is cruel. And yet, we struggle with this discernment, not only socially, but psychologically. The modern psyche, trained in relativism and obsessed with balance, often turns on itself. We doubt our instincts. We talk ourselves out of outrage. We second-guess our need for safety. We confuse empathy with passivity, compassion with compliance. We begin to gaslight ourselves in the name of being open-minded. And the more we do this, the more we shrink, the more we defer, the more we lose sight of the difference between a disagreement and a desecration. Meanwhile, the intolerant do not hesitate. They do not flinch at the discomfort of confrontation. They thrive in the silence of others. They count on the moral paralysis of those who want to seem above the conflict. And in that vacuum, they grow. Their voices get louder, not because they are more right, but because they are less restrained. And so the tolerant are faced with a dilemma. How do we remain open without becoming hollow? How do we resist tyranny without becoming tyrannical? How do we maintain dialogue without offering our dignity on the altar of someone else's ideology? The answer begins with reimagining tolerance, not as infinite acceptance, but as principled inclusion, not as neutrality, but as courageous discernment, not as the absence of conflict, but as the presence of integrity. It begins with saying, not all ideas are morally equal. Not all speech is constructive. Not all positions deserve a seat at the table. It begins with building spaces where people can speak freely without fear, not where fear can speak freely without consequence. This requires boundaries, not walls, but boundaries. It requires us to say, we will listen, but we will not platform hate. We will engage, but we will not legitimize bigotry. We will hold space for difference, but we will not hold the door open for destruction. And when someone tries to dress dehumanization in the language of debate, we will not flatter them with applause. We will hold the line. This kind of tolerance is not passive. It is not easy. It demands constant attention, moral stamina, ethical clarity. It asks us to be fluent in nuance and fierce in protection, to remain open-hearted without being naive, to remain principled without being brittle, to know that disagreement is not violence, but that some ideas are violent in their core, and no amount of decorum will make them acceptable. And this is not a call for censorship. It is a call for responsibility, for discernment, for understanding. That tolerance is not about inviting every voice into the circle. It is about protecting the circle itself. It is about ensuring that the vulnerable are safe within it, that justice can breathe within it, that truth can echo without being drowned out by strategic falsehoods. In this way, we reclaim tolerance from its distortion. We take it out of the realm of performance and back into the realm of principle. We root it in courage, in clarity, in care. And we give ourselves permission to draw lines, not out of fear, but out of fierce love for what we are trying to build. Because tolerance is not about being endlessly agreeable. It is about protecting the conditions in which dignity can thrive. And sometimes that protection requires saying, no, this does not belong here, not now, not ever. And that no is not the death of dialogue. It is its safeguard.